countries that they could land. It was a crazy thing.
It really was. And I guess you found out a lot about your family and a lot about the love for your mother in all of this. There are beautiful pictures in the book. You know, you look at these black and white photos. The men were so handsome. It's just the whole thing, you know.
It's a tragedy. I mean, it's a tragedy. War is a tragedy. They were going in there for the right reasons. They wanted to knock out Hitler completely. Hitler was, as you well know, a terrible, terrible guy. And they had to shorten the war as best they could, and the best way to do it was to take out the oil fields because they produced so much high-octane fuel for the Luftwaffe. So they needed to get the Luftwaffe grounded. And so they used these young men. I will tell you, these commanders are 50-year-old guys, and they could send these young men. How they could do that, I don't know, but and these young men were expendable. They could replace them with more. They were training more in America to come over.
You know what, Janet, as I'm listening to you, I was thinking about that movie. Remember the movie They Were Expendable with Robert Montgomery and John Wayne? It was one of the most devastating movies ever to come out of Hollywood. Have you ever seen it?
You know what? I think I have a long time ago, and you're absolutely right. That's how they looked at themselves.
That's how they looked at
it was all. Mm-hmm. It was only a matter of luck that those guys came back.
That's right.
The B-24 was actually built to withstand 25 missions, and then it would have to be worked over. Many of these in England, the 8th Air Force, if you made it to 8 missions, you were lucky. After 25 missions, they would send you home for a break, and then you would come back. And John B. was on his 25th mission. He would have been going home right afterwards. Bob was on his 20th mission, and they had upped their limit from 25 to 35 and up to 50. So you can imagine they knew they were going to be statistics, that, it was just luck that they weren't hit or were hit.
I know, because our former president, may he rest in peace, George H.W. Bush, he flew 58 combat missions as a Navy torpedo bomber pilot. 58 times. He left and he came back. Incredible. Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. Knowing what the statistics are out of the 8th Air Force, right? 58 is incredible.
Incredible. Well, Jan Cress-Dondi, congratulations on the success of your book. It's called The Navigator's Letter. It's the true story. There's a lot of love. We didn't get into a lot of the love, but you will when you read the book, and a lot of history that you never heard before. And it resonates because, the human condition is such. We really, it doesn't seem like we wantonly abandon our military now to suicide missions, but
absolutely. And I think what's important about telling these stories is you've got to tell the stories, or war becomes abstract, and we lose the true cost, the human cost of war.
Thank you very much for joining us, Jan Cress-Dondi. The book, The Navigator's Letter, on the Lisa.
WICC. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny and warm afternoon with a high near 80. Clear overnight with a low in the upper 50s. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In California, an hours-long hostage and bomb standoff at a bank in downtown Bakersfield ended with the suspect dead, police say, and all 10 hostages released unharmed. SWAT and rescue teams storming that bank overnight. The FBI identified the man as Anthony Scott Searles Harris. ABC's Alex Stone has more.
We now know that he attached what he said were explosive devices, although they say that they had no worry about them once they finally got in and that they were able to see them, onto the hostages who were inside, and that one woman, one of the hostages, was able to communicate. She had a phone on her until it went dead, but that she has diabetes and that they were worried about her in that moment. But the HRT, the hostage rescue team, coming in from Quantico, Virginia, and executing this very quickly once they got on scene, going in and getting the hostages out.
Another potential wrinkle for U.S. and Iranian peace talks. The Pentagon says it shot down drones targeting U.S. forces in Kuwait, and Kuwait's airport says it was damaged by Iran strikes. ABC's Karen Travers has details.
This has been a ceasefire for weeks now, but the strikes have been going back and forth between the U.S. and Iran. But this is targeting a passenger air terminal there at an airport. And so we haven't heard directly from the president and the White House on this yet. But, you know, they have certainly indicated that in their view, the ceasefire has been holding, even as the president has said recently that it was on life support.
In California primaries, ballots for the L.A. mayoral race still being counted. Current L.A. Mayor Karen Bass leading the pack, followed by registered Republican Spencer Pratt. Bass last night sounding confident.
We have led a grassroots campaign because we want to bring change to our city.
The primary is nonpartisan, and if a candidate doesn't get more than 50% of the vote, the top two candidates move on to a November runoff. You're listening to ABC News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ukraine strikes Russia deep within its own territory in a major city. That's gearing up for an economic conference organized by President Putin. Video of the drone strike showing plumes of smoke billowing above St. Petersburg. Here's ABC's Patrick Reevell.
Ukraine is now mounting long-range drone strikes like this weekly, and Russia appears largely powerless to stop them. That is increasingly bringing the war home to Russians, and we are seeing a shift in the mood in Russia. Doubts about the war are leaking out. That doesn't mean that Vladimir Putin is close to stopping the war, but it is denting his sense of invulnerability.
A member of the Trump administration is also at the economic forum billed as the Davos of Russia. Private sector hires exceeding analysts' expectations last month. ABC's Jim Ryan has more.
The ADP National Employment Report counted a record 122,000 new positions created in May, with employers of all sizes hiring. ADP says small companies, those with fewer than 20 employees, accounted for 49,000 of the new jobs, easily outpacing companies with over 500 workers.
Ford is recalling almost 420,000 vehicles because of a seatbelt issue that may result in an injury if a crash occurs. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, in a report, says that the recall includes certain Ford Expedition and Lincoln Navigator vehicles, model years 2018 through 2022. Vehicle owners will receive notification. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport City Council has agreed to a $1.78 million settlement to 2 lawsuits filed by families claiming police misconduct. The first $30,000 would go to the family of Lauren Smith Fields, who died in 2021. Her family filed a lawsuit in 2023 claiming police botched notifying her relatives of her death. The remaining $1.75 million would go to the family of Jonathan Bell, an unarmed man who in 2023 led police on a multi-town chase that culminated with his shooting by Bridgeport police in Ansonia. The city council voted at their meeting Monday to approve both the $1.75 million and $30,000 settlements. 6 officers are injured and 4 have been hospitalized after an inmate attack on Monday night. The attack happened at the Cheshire Correctional Institution around 9 p.m. Authorities say an incarcerated man approached 2 officers in the housing unit and struck them both in the face after contraband was discovered in his cell. As more staff members responded, the man continued his attacks until he was subdued. Police say they are investigating the incident. Interim Commissioner Sharonda Carlos says, quote, they are conducting a thorough review of the incident. And Milford police responded to a shooting this morning where one person was killed and another was injured. Officers say they were called to a residence in the 800 block of East Broadway at 2:56 a.m. and notified that 2 people inside had been shot. One person was taken to an area hospital for treatment of a gunshot wound, while the second person was pronounced dead at the scene. Police said that both victims were residents of the house and that they are investigating the death as a homicide. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
8 and 25 connector southbound. Construction going into exit 1C. Stay to the right to get around it. Route 8 proper, you have it on both sides between exit 12B and exit 15. 91 northbound road work, exits 15 through 17. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, it starts at exit 61. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Madge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, as I always say, follow the money. And look, I'm not the first person to have ever said that, and I'm certainly not going to be the last person to ever say that. And especially when it comes connected with a topic that we talk about a lot on this program, on this radio station, and generally amongst us. You know what I'm talking about here? Yes, medical costs, medical bills. If you have no insurance, if you're on Medicaid, if you're on Medicare, if you're on the insurance that your employer provides or your spouse's or significant others, employer provides, there's always horror stories about people who have something more than just a broken wrist or a fractured knee or a broken leg and whatever. And they are put in thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in debt that nobody can reasonably assume that they're going to dig their way out of. And the reason I want to start with this today, and we'll get to our question of the week coming up at facebook.com/voice of CT. Another note here on that, a story in the Connecticut News Junkie, nearly 100,000 Connecticut residents are going to have their medical debt erased, which is nice, which is good. Nearly 100,000 state residents will be getting letters in the mail starting this week, informing them that some or all of their medical debt has been erased under a partnership between the state of Connecticut and what's called a national nonprofit. They call themselves Undue Medical Debt, and the undue is spelled UNDUE, but it's got a couple of meanings here. Obviously, you can think about it as undoing, meaning the opposite of doing, or undo, meaning not proper. Get it? Got it. Says here in Donald Eng's story, this is the fourth round of the initiative, and it's eliminating nearly $315 million in medical debt from 97,000 individuals, according to the Office of Governor Ned Lamont. The most recent previous round, last December, erased $63 million in medical debt from just under 40,000 state residents. So that's good. I'm not going to complain about that, especially if I was, one of them there people there. In total, more than 252,000 residents who are struggling with medical bills have had over $500 million in medical debt canceled since the program began in only 2024. So we're talking not even 2 full years. So kudos to the governor's office, kudos to the people doing this. But this brings up a bigger issue. And we love our doctors. We love our healthcare providers. We love our nurses. We love our high-tech medical care, which most times is the best in the world. I know there's a cost thing. I know there's a scenario with insurance. We got that. We understand that. But when you look at this, you're saying to yourself, hey, why does this have to cost so much money? And again, I'm not besmirching or belittling anybody who wants to make money. I mean, listen, the people that work in the healthcare industry, maybe it's a higher calling, but they still have bills. They have mortgages. They have rent payments. They have car notes, whatever all this is. Why does it cost so much? How did we get to the notion where one major medical encounter, one major medical episode, one unsuspected car accident, one unsuspected trip and fall, maybe by a senior who lives with by him or herself. It's a magazine on the floor, and they tripped and fell, and they hit their head, and they cracked their neck, and, it can only be the worst of the worst right now, and you're talking about, $500,000, $1 million, $1.5 million. How did we get here? And I don't mean to be flippant asking that, but sincerely, seriously, how did we get here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Question of the day today, how do we fix the health cost system in this country? I will never sit here and belittle people who want to get paid for something. That's what life is about. You can work with a higher calling, right? You can work with a higher calling, and morally it's a wonderful thing, but you still got to get paid. You still have to do it the right way. You've got kids, you've got significant others, you've got bills, you got to get paid. But how does this end? Will it ever end? Or are we going to have programs like this? Another 100,000 Connecticut residents are set to have their medical debt erased. Why is that even necessary? You look at some older medical bills. You see these medical bills that pop up every so often on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. Here's a bill from 1958 or 1960 or whatever, and some people will put a bill up there, how much it cost for mom to pop them out as a kid, $200, $250. Now, I know what you're going to say. Well, it was a heck of a lot cheaper back then. Yeah, I know, but come on. That's thousands today. Why is that? I've got some ideas coming up. But how do we fix this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com. And now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, June 9th and June 11th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 475-277-6819 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 475-277-6819 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 475-277-6819 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 475-277-6819.
WICC 600 AM and 95.9 FM has your traffic covered. Listen weekdays for the most up-to-date traffic reports brought to you by Smart MLS. There's a smarter way to sell your home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
8 and 25 connector southbound. Construction going into exit 1C. Stay to the right to get around it. Route 8 proper, you have it on both sides between exit 12B and exit 15. 91 northbound road work, exits 15 through 17. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, it starts at exit 61. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Madge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The radio station Bridgeport has listened to for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that's where we are. 100 years coming up in November. How about that? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And even with all the insurance options we have here in the state of Connecticut, nationally, Medicare, locally, Medicaid, people like your employer providing insurance coverage, right? And you're getting coverage maybe from maybe not your employer, but the employer, your spouse, your significant other, whatever. But we still get these stories of incredible medical debt, to the point where nearly 100,000 state residents are the next group, or is the next group that makes up, shall we say, proper English, Paul, the next group to have medical debt erased. This is round 4 of the initiative, eliminating nearly $315 million in medical debt from 97,000 individuals. So on its face, on the surface, that's really good. But why are we here? As the great David Byrne often sings, still, he's on the road. Played Bridgeport the other night, I guess. How did we get here? Or how did I get here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And yes, people who administer health care to us want to get paid. They should. They're angels and titans for what they do. And we know that the top surgeons, the top medical people in hospitals, the top anesthesiologists and people like that, they make big money because, gosh darn it, they deserve it. But at one point, or at what shall we say point, at what point shall I say, does the system just crash and crumble? Because even if you have insurance, you have a copay, you have a deductible. Took me 2 years to pay off what the copay or deductible was to a colonoscopy I had. A couple of years ago, got another one of those coming up. Yeah, rev up that camera. Hey, shove it up. Well, yeah, pretty soon in a few months again. Got to make sure there's nothing lurking around out there. Up there. I'll get to ask my GI guy if he found my extra car keys. But having said that, our question of the day today, with all due seriousness, how can the U.S. get a better handle on spiraling medical costs that push some people into bankruptcy? I mean, we're talking, I had a dear friend in this business who passed away a few years ago. Only because of the quick activity and quick assertion of an emergency medical crew and some wonderful doctors. I think it's St. Francis Medical Center in Hartford. He got another 10 or 12 years of life. He had a triple or a quadruple or a quintuple bypass, and on the way out of the hospital, the last time he was going to go there, he was done. I remember him telling this story. He was done. The surgery was long done. The rehab was long done. They gave him his official release. They told him at St. Francis, I think, come back and see us sometime. Stick your head in and say hi. Because at that time, with all the stuff he was doing, he knew the doctors. He ended up getting treated by one of the best doctors in the entire world. He knew people in the billing office. Now, because he had good medical coverage, he paid very little, a few $1,000 out of his pocket, which, of course, he was happy to deal with. But he told me, he said, Paul, I remember asking the billing manager who was handling my account. And I think this was, it was not Hartford Hospital. I think it was St. Francis, because they were very famed at the time for their cardiac services. So he asks one of the women there, if I had to pay out of pocket for this, right? Everything that happened from the ambulance ride in to the emergency surgery to the rehab to the follow-up appointments to more rehab to more follow-up appointments where they finally said, hey, you're good to go. Okay. He asked them, what would that have run me? And he told me that she told him about $1 million. Now, luckily, the radio station he worked at had really good medical coverage. In fact, the ceiling on that coverage, the maximum per incident or annually was something like $1 million. His boss, seeing what happened for the last couple of years that he owned those stations, he increased the top coverage to $5 million because he didn't want anybody to get caught paying anything. He's a good guy. But $1 million. Why explain that to me? I mean, I understand it, but explain it to me like I'm 5 or maybe 6 or maybe 8. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How can the U.S., how can Connecticut get a better handle on spiraling medical costs that push some people into bankruptcy? Stuff that they know that they're never going to pay off.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
825 connector southbound. Construction going into exit 1C. State of the right to get around it. Route 8 proper, you have it on both sides between exit 12B and exit 15. 91 northbound road work, exits 15 through 17. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, it starts at exit 61. Stay to the left to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. Madge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up, we'll talk to a faculty member. We're trying to hook up with her regarding that fight that you've been hearing on the news today on WICC regarding a fight that happened at the Cheshire Correctional Institute. So we'll talk about that. And, man, is he loaded today. I already heard from our pal, Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media. Lots of insides. There's stuff. There's great stuff. Trust me, at 5:15. All right? Trust me on that. There's great stuff. It's stuff I'm sworn to secrecy on because Dan said we have this and this and this today. Oh, and how about this? I said, oh, can I talk about oh, and how about that? Before you come on, he goes, nah, not really. The story he's covering is supposed to be, no, I don't want to say it because even if I said something, you might put two and two together with stuff happening somewhere else. So we'll just say that. All right. So big doings today on the old midweek Wednesday edition of Connecticut Today. All right, here.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In California, the hostage standoff in Bakersfield, California that began Tuesday inside a bank ended after 15 hours. Police say the suspect, Anthony Scott Searles Harris, served in the U.S. Army and was dishonorably discharged. FBI Special Agent Sid Patel says a special task force moved in and the suspect was killed.
He was no stranger to law enforcement and has a criminal history of using weapons to commit violent offenses. In 2014, he was charged with sex acts with a child under 14. He's a registered sex offender.
Police say all 10 hostages were released unharmed. Despite a ceasefire, the Pentagon says the U.S. intercepted Iranian drones targeting a U.S. base and forces in Kuwait. Kuwait's public airport damaged. The Trump administration says it believes peace talks can still continue. A U.S. Coast Guard dive team in the Bahamas searching for Lynette Hooker ended early today due to bad weather. The Michigan woman disappeared in April. Her husband says she fell off their dinghy. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Roughly 97,000 Connecticut residents are receiving medical debt forgiveness in Connecticut. The recipients are expected to be notified by mail later this week. It comes through an organization called Undue Medical Debt, which has paid off $513 million in medical bills for Connecticut residents since 2024. In order to be eligible, residents must fall 4 times below the federal poverty level, and the medical debt must be more than 5% of their annual income. This new round of debt forgiveness will eliminate more than $300 million in medical bills. Governor Ned Lamont is more than doubling the reward for tips in a 1990 cold case. Tipsters who have information on the homicide of John Robinson will be eligible to receive a $50,000 reward, up from the $20,000 reward in place since Robinson died. An autopsy showed Robinson was 24 years old when he died from head trauma. His body was discovered when someone reported a foul odor coming out of an apartment on Temple Street more than 35 years ago. New Haven Police Chief David Zanelli says the department is taking a fresh look at the case. Documents indicate former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart used taxpayer money to fund her master's degree. An independent investigation launched by current Mayor Bobby Sanchez shows a 2021 memorandum of agreement was signed that allowed Stewart to be reimbursed $32,000 for graduate school tuition. Records indicate she was simultaneously billing hundreds of dollars to her city credit cards for textbooks and other personal expenses. The scandal caused her to drop out of the race for governor 2 days before the Republican convention. She was the favorite for the Republican nomination. Governor Ned Lamont signed new legislation Tuesday to protect underage users from AI dangers. Lawmakers say the act will make Connecticut a national leader in responsible use of AI. One aspect of the law places limits on how social media platforms can offer personalized algorithms for underage users. Milford Democratic State Senator James Maroney shared some of the details.
It limits the amount of time that you can use someone who's under the age of 18's personal data, right? So to show them the feed. Otherwise, the feed that they're seeing has to be shown chronologically. They can't be shown alerts. I think after the hour of 9 o'clock, you can't get alerts. It does allow for some parental controls on there, so the parents can override these.
It also requires chatbot operators to monitor for mentions of self-harm or suicidal ideations that come from users. Attorney General William Tong says the law gives control of children's online activity back to the parents. Eversource is making improvements and upgrades to its infrastructure to prepare for hurricane season. The business is ramping up its vegetation management program, focusing on tree trimming in areas that could threaten power lines and other critical infrastructure. The organization, which provides power for 3 states, which include Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, says 90% of storm-related outages are caused by downed trees that fall into power lines. The company is also investing in updating aging utility poles and lines with stronger materials. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is forecasting a below normal hurricane season, but Eversource is remaining diligent with its preparation. Several downed power lines are being blamed for power outages and small fires up in Naugatuck on Tuesday morning. Officials with Eversource say the downed lines energized a chain link fence on Cherry Street and sparked spot fires near the Naugatuck Animal Control Building, which was evacuated. All animals were taken to the Oxford Animal Control Facility. Officials dismissed students early at Cross Street Intermediate School because of the outage. The Naugatuck Fire Department received mutual aid from the Beacon Hose, Middlebury, Prospect, and Bethany fire departments. The driver involved in a pedestrian-involved hit-and-run last night in Norwalk is being sought. A 34-year-old suffered serious injuries when he was struck shortly after 10 p.m. at Main Street and Plymouth Avenue. He was taken to Norwalk Hospital. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. Connecticut drivers who are caught illegally and repeatedly passing a stopped school bus could temporarily lose their license. The new legislation, approved unanimously by lawmakers, means that someone in violation of the law for a third time faces a 6-month suspension of their driver's license. Another law signed this week adds more rules for distracted drivers and their phones. Now, if you're caught holding a mobile electronic device, regardless of what the driver's doing on the device, you will be penalized. The law also cracks down on any driver caught having a video playing in the view of the driver. And a new state law places heftier fines on people who abandon sea vessels. The new legislation means that those who abandon a boat will be fined between $750 to $1,000, which is more than double the previous fine. The law also requires valid contact information for the owner to be attached to the vessel before going on the water for paddle crafts, including kayaks. Peter Francis from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about the risks that abandoned boats present.
As they sink, even smaller boats can leak gasoline, diesel fuel, lubricants, and other hazardous materials into the water, plus the materials that the boat is actually comprised of, fiberglass, plastics, paints, that kind of stuff.
The only exception to the law is if the boat was abandoned during a declared emergency due to severe weather conditions like a hurricane. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 and 25 connector southbound construction going into exit 1C. Stay to the right to get through. And on Route 8 proper, you have more road work between exits 12B and exit 15 on either side in the left lane. 91 northbound, road work starts at exit 15, and the Wilbur Cross northbound, it starts at exit 61. Stay left to get through. Manage Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that's us, and that'd be you over there. And how are you? At 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Another great, outstanding, spectacular job by Chris Williams with all the news here. And we start with this today. And I saw this story, and this is one of these things that unfortunately is what I put in the category of we talk a good game, but we still haven't figured anything out here, really, of any import. Donald Eng's story today in the Connecticut News Junkie. Nearly 100,000 Connecticut residents to have their medical debt erased. That sounds like a good thing to me, right? Nearly 100,000 state residents will be getting letters in the mail starting this week telling them that either some or all of their medical debt has been erased, this coming under a partnership between the state and a national nonprofit organization called Undo Medical Debt. Now, it's spelled UNDUE, like the debt is undue, or or is undue when they want to undo it. So you UNDO the UNDUE. This, they said, is round 4 of the initiative, eliminating $315 million in medical debt from 97,000 individuals. Under the plan, undue medical debt leverages investments from the state to negotiate with hospitals and other providers on elimination of large bundled portfolios of qualifying medical debt owed by Connecticut patients. Now, again, these hospitals, these providers, they're not completely walking away from this, but, those who are eligible must have an income at or below 4 times the federal poverty level or have medical debt that is 5% or more of their income. Get that? Now, the current federal poverty level is an annual income at or below $33,000 for a family of 4. Since those debts are required in bulk and belong to those least able to pay, they cost a fraction of their face value, often pennies on the dollar, and that's according to state officials who run this whole program. But why did this get so expensive? It's great that we have these programs, and it's great that we're doing this. All right, good on you, as they like to say. But why did everything get so uber expensive here? And how do we fix that? Because this is the most persuasive, I think, the most persuasive argument, and maybe the best argument for people who say, well, we need to have, along with Medicare, because it's a fallacy to say we don't have national health care. We do. It's called Medicare, and you're not into it till you're 65 plus or have other, extenuating or aggravating circumstances or all that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And this is how Connecticut does it, and this is how other states do it. They buy the debt. They go to the hospitals. They go to the people who are owed the money and say, hey, all right, this person had a quadruple bypass after a nasty car accident here, and the bill came out to $1.1 million. We're not going to pay you that. They can't afford that. So will you take 20% of that? Will you take, $200,000 or something like that? You see what I'm driving at here? And is the reason we need this, and again, I got to be careful in how I say this. I'm not blaming anybody, but is the reason we need this because of the insurance companies? Is this a fundamentally flawed system where, look, I'll just say it, hospitals, healthcare providers, doctors, whatever, they figure, listen, they got to cover their costs. They had high educational costs. They just want to make a nice living, too. They are saving people's lives. Are the reimbursements too high in the insurance companies? And the reason I ask this is, what's this going to look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now? Is anything going to get better here in this or not? You tell me. I'm all ears, fingers, eyes, and all that. 203-333-9422. Once again, 333-WICC. What are your suggestions here? How can the U.S. and Connecticut get a better handle on spiraling medical costs that push some people into bankruptcy? You have an idea? Love to hear from it right here on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 825 connector southbound construction going into exit 1C. Stay to the right to get through. And on Route 8 proper, you have more road work between exits 12B and exit 15 on either side in the left lane. 91 northbound, road work starts at exit 15, and the Wilbur Cross northbound, it starts at exit 61. Stay left to get through. Manager Krause at WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Did you ever have a medical bill that you got from your doctor's office or your specialist's office, and you open it up and you say, whew, thank God I got good insurance coverage. Thank Jesus H, I got insurance. And then you look at it and you say, wait a minute, I still have to pay this? Oh, yeah. It's that copay, CO-PAY. It's that copay thing. It's that deductible thing, yeah. I had one of those, I said, with one of my fine and dandy, so ultra-enjoyable colonoscopies. And I owed about $2,000, and I called the billing office and said, okay, what do we do here? Because I don't have $2,000. So we did 18 easy monthly installments, which actually worked. But it got me thinking at that time as to what's a better way here. And let me ask you this. We have all these deductions in our paychecks, right? We have federal taxes. We have state taxes. Here in Connecticut, we have family and medical leave. We've got a bunch of stuff. State, federal, local. We all know that. And most of us are pretty much, used to that now. All right, fine, whatever, right? We get that. What percentage of your check, let's say of your not your net, not after all the deductions, pre-deductions, pre-taxes they like to say, your gross that you get once a month, once every week, most people get paid twice a month now, every 2.5 weeks, whatever, we know how that works. What percentage of that would you be willing to part ways with? Would you be willing to take another X percent out of your yearly gross, your monthly gross, your twice monthly gross, whatever? Because in the end, it's all going to shake down the same way. What percentage would you be willing to fork over again to the feds for a national health care plan that would have zero deductibles? I'm talking not a cent, because even with Medicare, you do have some deductibles. You do have to pay for, and I'm going to find that out quickly when I sit down and do this in a couple of weeks. What would it be if some presidential candidate in 2020, what are we coming up on? 2028 race, 2032, 2036, whatever. What if some magical candidate said, listen. You got me over there? All right, listen. What if somebody said, hey, I've got it all figured out. I've run the numbers. AI has looked at it. I've run it through a supercomputer. We Grok looked at it. Gemini looked at it. Chat GPT looked at it and all that, right? And if you just give the feds, I know people are already rolling their eyes going, oh, geez, Paul, yeah, here we go. But if you just give the feds X amount of % more out of your check, we will guarantee that there will never be another medical bill that anybody who is a decent and verified citizen of the United States of America will have to pay. Would you do that? I would. Now, again, put that in the ain't gonna happen category. Because A, a lot of people won't believe it. They'll say never trust the feds, whatever. And B, what does that do to the private insurance company business? See, part of the reason this is never going to go away, and again, God bless private insurance companies. Listen, the people who work that way, we're in Connecticut, right? Are we still the insurance capital of the world? I don't know. We used to be that. Hartford was the insurance capital of the world. Although when they were trying to move the Patriots here, one of the Boston sports writers called Hartford, do you remember this? America's filing cabinet. I think it was Dan Shaughnessy or somebody or Bob Ryan who said, yeah, the Patriots are never moving down the road a bit off of I-91 and I-84 to America's filing cabinet, okay? That ain't happening. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So would you be willing to fork over 5% more of your salary? 6%, maybe 7 or 8% more. Now you're talking real money on a national scale. Would you be willing to fork that over on the guarantee that nobody will ever pay another cent? Nobody will ever pay another cent of medical debt in this country. So we wouldn't need programs like we're talking about here to start off the program. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Barry in Shelton is here. Barry, how are you? What's up?
Oh, fine, thank you. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Though I like the idea in theory, there's no way I would ever vote for it.
Okay.
First of all, this is the government.
All right.
Now, if you want the government doing something badly, over budget, behind schedule, and screwed up, you let the government do it.
Yeah.
Not a way to handle a few extra $1 billion.
All right. A few billion.
And on the other side,
you realize how big this was? I think a few billion. No, you're talking more, but go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I got to start with something high.
No.
Next, it's what's to stop medical facilities or doctors from billing anything? What kind of checks and balances are there?
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
An X-ray is going to cost $300. Now it's going to cost $3,000. It goes to the insurance company.
Yeah.
Again, it's just not going to work unless we find a way. Well, another thing. Well, you could make the insurance companies all become nonprofits.
Yeah.
They simply have to cover their costs, which would work either way, whether we pay for it or whether the government pays for it.
Sure. But then again, if you do that, look how many millions of people have insurance company stocks in their portfolio.
You find a way to cash out. Who knows? But no, you're right. There are so many other ifs. But, the system is so wrecked, and people, I used to say when I was a kid, blood is thicker than water, but not a quarter.
Yeah. Well,
they're going to go for the money.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I like that. Barry, thank you, my friend. Good to hear from you there, Barry and Sheldon. He's right. You'd have to have, and the minute you started putting cost controls on this stuff and says, well, the maximum for an X-ray has to be, then you get into the jungle that is the notion that, this isn't going to work because people want to see their doctor when they want to see their doctor. They don't want to be assigned a doctor. And they don't want to have to be told, hey, you've got to go to the XYZ imaging center over there, which is not the one you usually go to, which is near your house. And you like that one because your doctor's office is right upstairs from the MRI machine. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 825 connector southbound construction going into exit 1C. Stay to the right to get through. And on Route 8 proper, you have more road work between exits 12B and exit 15 on either side in the left lane. 91 northbound, road work starts at exit 15, and the Wilbur Cross northbound, it starts at exit 61. Stay left to get through. Manager Krause at WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
So bravo to these people who are getting a good part of their medical debt replaced, or rather taken up, or rather erased, I should say. 100,000 folks getting their medical debt erased in Connecticut here. But again, this is one of these things where we come up with all these good programs and we say, hey, good for them. A lot of them are probably near the poverty line, and if they had to go in for a heart attack or something like that, there's no way they're going to be able to pay that off. All right, but how do we change things and really make a cognitive difference here to make sure that we don't need these plans, these programs here? And again, I ask, what percentage of your pay? We're talking your gross pay. I know it's none of my business what anybody else makes. And that's I still believe in that. Mom told me that years ago. But having said that, what if some presidential candidate said, you know what, you will never need an insurance company again. But it's going to take across the board, if we don't tier this, TIER, not TEAR or TAR, TARE. What if we just took another 7% of what people make, or 5% or 6%? Would that maybe solve it? Or are you going to say, hey, no way?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Despite concerns over the ongoing war between the U.S. and Iran and impact to the economy and gas prices, private sector hiring exceeding analysts' expectations last month, the ADP National Employment Report counted a record 122,000 new positions created in May. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
122,000 positions opened up, with 8 out of 10 sectors that ADP looks at showing gains. Education and the healthcare sector led the hiring spree with 57,000 positions. The payroll processor says median annual pay is now at $61,500, a 4.4% increase from May of last year.
The Pentagon confirming that the U.S. military shot down Iranian drones overnight targeting U.S. forces in Kuwait. Kuwaiti officials also say Iranian strikes damaged the public airport. Primary races across states yesterday, including California, where results for the top 2 candidates in the mayoral race are still being tallied. Incumbent Karen Bass receiving enough votes to move on in November's runoff election, but who she faces not yet known. Republican and former reality star Spencer Pratt is in second with the votes so far. ABC political director Avery Harper has more.
Who's a 41-year.
It is a warning shot to Karen Bass, the fact that she has to go to a runoff at all. It hasn't been for, at least a couple of decades that an incumbent mayor in Los Angeles has had to go to a runoff because they did not clear that 50% threshold. And we know this is all coming amid widespread criticism of Karen Bass's handling of those fires in L.A. that just devastated parts of the city.
New details in the hours-long standoff at a bank in Bakersfield, California, that ended in the death of the suspect who said he had a bomb. FBI special agent in charge, Sid Patel, identifying the suspect as Anthony Scott Searles Harris.
He was a 41-year-old white male who served in the U.S. Army from 2006 to 2007.
Authorities say he was dishonorably discharged for going AWOL. You're listening to ABC News.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Britain's Royal Navy says 3 members died after an early morning helicopter crash in a remote field in southwest England. The crew taking part in a training exercise. The cause of the incident is under investigation. New Jersey Congressman Tom Kean Jr. has missed weeks of votes not seen on Capitol Hill since March 5th over what House Republicans say is a medical issue. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Kean told him what the medical issue was in a private phone call. Johnson says the issue is, quote, very common and says he needs a little longer to recover. Brent Johnson is a political reporter with New Jersey Advance Media and says ABC News fellow lawmakers are also in the dark.
Even people, Republicans I speak to that are very close to him, deeply sourced Republicans, they don't know what's going on, and they say that it seems like it's a serious issue. And there's also questions of privacy here. How much are you willing, or how much do people want to dig into this? But he is an elected official, critics would say, and that the public deserves to know where he is.
In Louisiana, actor Shia LaBeouf pleading guilty today to 3 counts of simple battery after punching several people outside a New Orleans bar during February's Mardi Gras. The court sentencing him to 6 months on each count, with the sentences suspended. LaBeouf was placed on active probation for 2 years, a status hearing set for July. A U.S. Coast Guard dive team in the Bahamas searching for Lynette Hooker ending early today due to bad weather. The Michigan woman disappeared in April. Her husband says she fell off a dinghy. Michelle Franzen.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Governor Ned Lamont is more than doubling the reward for tips in a 1990 cold case. Tipsters who have information on the homicide of John Robinson will be eligible to receive a $50,000 reward, up from the $20,000 reward in place since Robinson died. An autopsy showed Robinson was 24 years old when he died from head trauma. His body was discovered when someone reported a foul odor coming out of an apartment on Temple Street more than 35 years ago. New Haven Police Chief David Zanelli says the department is taking a fresh look at the case. 6 officers are injured and 4 have been hospitalized after an inmate attack on Monday night. The attack happened at the Cheshire Correctional Institution around 9 p.m. Authorities say an incarcerated man approached 2 officers in the housing unit and struck them both in the face after contraband was discovered in his cell. As more staff members responded, the man continued his attacks until he was subdued. Police say they're investigating the incident. Interim Commissioner Sharonda Carlos says, quote, they are conducting a thorough review of the incident. And roughly 97,000 residents are receiving medical debt forgiveness in Connecticut. The recipients are expected to be notified by mail later this week. It comes through an organization called Undue Medical Debt, which has paid off $513 million in medical bills for Connecticut residents since 2024. In order to be eligible, residents must fall 4 times below the federal poverty level, and the medical debt must be more than 5% of their annual income. This new round of debt forgiveness will eliminate more than $300 million in medical bills. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, a little bit easier. Route 8 northbound side, you have heavy congestion through Shelton, Derby, and Ansonia because of earlier road work. And on 95 northbound into New Haven, you've got a long line of cars through Milford and West Haven. No crash reported. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey, great to have you with us right here. As always, a lot coming up. Dan Harr in the final hour, 5:15, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Man, we have a lot to talk about with him, yes. And he has some surprises today. I was sworn to secrecy until he comes on, so you're not going to want to miss Mr. Harr in the 5 o'clock hour here. Let's just say, well, I can't. I want to, but, I can't. That's it. I just can't. If I betray his trust, he'll likely never come back on with me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How do we get a hold of medical debt? I mean, it's common sense, isn't it? That if stuff is so uber expensive, there's going to be, and everybody needs it at one time or another, right? If stuff is uber expensive and everybody needs that stuff at one time or another, you know that even people on the lower end, as Chris just said in the news there about the governor's plan to bail out more people of medical debt, buy out that debt for pennies on the dollar through a charity here. You know that you're going to have some people who basically can't afford it. And we're going to be scrambling over and over and over again to get this right. Nearly 100,000 Connecticut residents are going to have their medical debt erased. It's all done under the state in cooperation with a charity called, a nonprofit called Undo Medical Debt. UNDUE, meaning that, the whole thing should have been undue because it's ridiculous. And again, you can tell there's a little play there on words. We're going to undo, UNDO, undo the undue medical debt. Got that? There you go. This is round 4. This round is eliminating nearly $350 million in medical debt from 97,000 individuals. In the most recent round in December, $63 million was erased or bought for pennies on the dollar from just under 40,000 residents. So my question is this, and we shouldn't have to go through this. And by the time this thing is changed or whatever, I will be long gone, bye-bye. I will be long gone from the face of the earth here. But I wanted to start with this. We'll do another couple of segments here because I want to get your ideas on this. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Pretty simple here. Let's say the feds came to you and said, hey, we ran the numbers. We've run this through supercomputers. We've had AI look at this. We've had Grok look at this. We've had Gemini look at this. We've had Chat GPT look at this. We've had all these different think tanks look at it. Left likes it. Center likes it. Right likes it. And we could deliver really cool, really well done free health care to you. Now, it's not free, but you'll never see a bill. No matter whether it's a hangnail that's bleeding and may be infected or you're undergoing the world's first head transplant. There's always one or two wacky scientists that are trying to do that, right? Some Italian guy about 7 or 8 years ago trying to do that. And they said, okay, but it's gonna take, and you may say, all right, and maybe there's a national presentation on this. Everybody carries it. CNN, MS Now, Fox, News Nation, Newsmax, whatever. They all carry it. It's kind of like a national town hall. You know, the kinds we see around election time. And you say to yourself, geez, this kind of sort of makes sense. But they want X% out of everybody's paycheck to get this sucker rolling. You okay with that? Seriously. Because you need, everybody's got to get paid, right? So how does that work out? If you were convinced this thing would work, would you tell the feds, all right, take another 5% of my pay? Or take another 8%, or take another 3%. No, I'm going to give you 1%, make it work. 1% of what every working U.S. able-bodied citizen is paid cumulatively in a year, that should pay for it. And then all the insurance companies become nonprofits. Or you get rid of them, or you cash out people's whatever. Retirement funds, 401ks. You know where I'm going here. But if we knew in a perfect world this could work, if it was analyzed by the great minds around the world and said, yeah, this is better than the NHS in Britain, and this is better than this and better than that, blah, 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 blah. Let's do this. What would be the most or the highest or the largest chunk that you would allow to be removed, to be surgically removed and cut out of your gross salary? You tell me. Under the guise that it's going to work. Now, you may say, well, geez, Paul, if it's going to work, they must know a percentage. Well, maybe they do and maybe they don't. I'm quizzing you here, kids. You tell me, how do we fix this? 203-333-9422, 9422-333-WICC.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Thursday, June 18th as the Yankees take on the White Sox. And come early for a special giveaway. It's Yankee Soccer Jersey Night. The first 18,000 guests will receive a Yankee soccer jersey presented by Bank of America. Don't miss Yankees and White Sox on Thursday, June 18th, Yankee Soccer Jersey Night. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
At Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health, where collaborations with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, we're here for you at Stanford Health.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, a little bit easier. Route 8 northbound side, you have heavy congestion through Shelton, Derby, and Ansonia because of earlier road work. And on 95 northbound into New Haven, you've got a long line of cars through Milford and West Haven. No crash reported. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, thousands more Connecticut folks are getting some of their medical debt retired here. It's getting paid for pennies on the dollar. And hospitals do this too from time to time. You know, they know if they say the first thing to do is they save a life here. It is all about, if you know anybody in healthcare, while they're treating somebody or they've got somebody's rib cage splayed open as a team of cardiac surgeons is giving somebody another 25 years on the planet to see their kids and their grandkids. Right then and there, they're not thinking about dollars and cents, but in the end, they're going to expect a paycheck from that procedure, and as well they should. As well they should. But listen, some of these other countries that have national health care, everybody talks about Great Britain, the UK, the NHS there, the National Health Service. You've got the Canadian system, too. Now, a lot of us do laugh at some of those things because of the wait times and the staff members that don't get paid as well as some of the people do here. But the retort to that always is something along the lines of, well, you know what? In those countries, people don't go bankrupt because of medical debt. So what would you rather have? It's an interesting supposition here, isn't it? But my question to you as we start to wind down on this, and by the way, the question of the day here on Facebook.com, how can the U.S. and Connecticut get a better handle on spiraling medical costs that push some people into bankruptcy? And a further question here is, how much more of a deductible are you willing to see taken out of your check if in some wonderfully holy world you knew that nobody would ever get a bill again for any medical care? You knew it. There was a guarantee there. You had the government say, hey, if you get a bill, don't pay it because it didn't come from us. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Bob in Trumbull's here. I'm sure he's run the numbers on this. Bob, how are you?
Oh, Reverend, I have.
Yeah.
The insurance costs per employee were like $25,000-$30,000 a year.
All right.
But anyway, the medical costs in the biggest one, or one of the biggest ones,
yeah,
is driven up by lawsuits against the doctors, the nurses, the equipment manufacturers.
Yeah.
You know, just listen to all the ads and look at the billboards. It's attorneys saying, hey, we'll sue them. We'll get you money. And then the other thing is you got hospitals that are required to treat all.
Yeah.
I say send the illegals back to the country for care. That's why Band-Aids are $25 a piece.
Because
they have to pay for everything. Another big one
is
the fraud in medical costs. Look at all these people that are now being found, with fraud in Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah, but Bob, how do we fix the problem? Because every year we say, well, health care is too darn high, and we have to get our arms wrapped around this. We have the state buying out medical debt, and we talk a real good game, and nothing ever changes.
Well, how about the state and federal government buying out hospitals? And so...
So, in other words, we replicate the VA system? Is that what you're saying? Something like that?
Yeah, and think about it. You hear these hospitals and groups going bankrupt.
Yeah.
Well, buy that out, and if you don't have insurance or have private money, that's where you go.
Well, Connecticut, and thanks, Bob, appreciate that. That's kind of what we did with those distressed hospitals, right? Waterbury, what were they? There's 4 hospitals or whatever that are. We just did that, right? And all those hospitals, the 3 or 4 of them, they're going to get all sucked into UConn Health now. So there you go. Let's go to Bob in Monroe for his thoughts. Bob, good afternoon. How do we fix this? Hello, Bob.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Now I can, sir. Yep.
Yeah, I have some family members who are in the medical field, and I have some who are actually in the insurance industry. And I'm not sure how we fix it, but the question comes up from what they see is that the medical profession, surgery, etc., it's largely immune from the normal forces of supply and demand. It's not like you're building a car and you can say, well, hey, we spent this much money on the metal, the plastic, the rubber, and we need to charge this much for this new CRV. It's just, the hospitals give up a price for, say, that anesthesiologist while you were having your procedure.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to sort of nail down, well, was it really worth that amount of money? And that's part of the problem with the billing. It's this sort of immune from the normal forces of supply and demand.
Yeah.
That's where I think the inflation comes.
And Bob, and thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. That is a wonderful example there. Anesthesiologists. If you go now, this isn't a blanket statement here, but I've heard a lot of this being said by people who work in the field. As Bob just said, he had his friends or family members there. You know, in a lot of hospitals, the highest paid actual doctors are not who you would. I mean, there are, a lot of doctors on staff, and unless you're a specialist, there's a lot of doctors on staff. But for example, anesthesiologists make a boatload of money. In some hospitals, they are the highest paid medical personnel there because, and it's true, even more to a point than the actual surgeon doing something or the GI guy or gal who's guiding that camera up your rear end in a colonoscopy. It's the, anesthesiologist who literally has your life in his or her hands. What price do we put on that? It's why you see a lot of anesthesiologists yearly making $200, $250, $300 a year. Because, they're standing by and they're watching the colonoscopy or they're watching the knee replacement. But you know what else they're watching? Your pulse, your breathing, your oxygen saturation, a bunch of stuff. And if one of those goes wacky, if one of those values goes nuts, you don't really care or think that anesthesiologist is making too much money. You're just praying, watching from a skybox somewhere, do the right thing, please, and we don't want to see a flat line anywhere.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Stanford through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, a little bit easier. Route 8 northbound side, you have heavy congestion through Shelton, Derby, and Ansonia because of earlier road work. And on 95 northbound into New Haven, you've got a long line of cars through Milford and West Haven. No crash reported. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it. Backed by a 50-year no-leak warranty. Payments start as low as $99 per month. Connecticut homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Trying to keep up with today's fast-changing digital landscape? With more ways to consume content than ever before, it is getting harder to reach your customers. You need more than just a presence. You need the experts at Conrex Digital. We craft websites that convert. We curate engaging content on social and block channels. We generate quality leads through Google and Meta. We dominate your competition on streaming TV. Bold marketing, real results. Conrex Digital makes it happen. Visit conrexdigital.com. That's conrexdigital.com.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merit, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll continue a bit later on with our medical topic here, and the note that you see the states ready to cover medical debt to get it erased for about 100,000 state residents. So good that, listen, a lot of those people, because of where they are, station in life, whatever, they're never going to be able to pay that off. But coming up, another topic here that shows you it's money that matters.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In the wake of another Supreme Court decision that weakened parts of the Civil Rights Act, justices today ruling in an Alabama case allowing the state to use a 2023 congressional map for the midterm elections. ABC's Devin Dwyer on the dissenting opinion.
Strong words from Justice Sonia Sotomayor, joined by the others. She said that the court did unleash chaos because it's so close to the election. In fact, Alabama has already had its primary vote. The governor saying overnight that she is now scheduling a new special primary in August 11th, for these new districts that are going to be implemented.
Despite a ceasefire, Iran and the U.S. are trading strikes. This time in Kuwait, the Pentagon says it shot down drones targeting U.S. forces there. California's primary race for L.A.'s mayor still being tallied. Incumbent Karen Bass has received enough votes to move on to November's runoff election, the top second candidate. Results are not yet known, and the governor's race in that state still undecided. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford police responded to a shooting this morning where one person was killed and another was injured. Officers say they were called to a residence in the 800 block of East Broadway at 2:56 a.m. and notified that two people inside had been shot. One person was taken to an area hospital for treatment of a gunshot wound, while the second person was pronounced dead at the scene. Police said that both victims were residents of the house and that they are investigating the death as a homicide. The Bridgeport City Council has agreed to a $1.78 million settlement to two lawsuits filed by families claiming police misconduct. The first $30,000 would go to the family of Lauren Smith Fields, who died in 2021. Her family filed a lawsuit in 2023 claiming police botched notifying her relatives of her death. The remaining $1.75 million would go to the family of Jonathan Bell, an unarmed man who led police on a multi-town chase in 2023 that culminated with his shooting by Bridgeport police in Ansonia. The city council voted at their meeting Monday to approve both the $1.75 million and $30,000 settlements. The driver involved in a pedestrian-involved hit-and-run last night in Norwalk is being sought. A 34-year-old suffered serious injuries when he was struck shortly after 10 p.m. at Main Street and Plymouth Avenue. He was taken to Norwalk Hospital. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. Governor Ned Lamont signed new legislation Tuesday to protect underage users from AI dangers. Lawmakers say the act will make Connecticut a national leader in responsible use of AI. One aspect of the law places limits on how social media platforms can offer personalized algorithms for underage users. Milford Democratic State Senator James Maroney shared some of the details.
It limits the amount of time that you can use someone who's under the age of 18's personal data, right? So to show them the feed. Otherwise, the feed that they're seeing has to be shown chronologically. They can't be shown alerts. I think after the hour of 9 o'clock, you can't get alerts. It does allow for some parental controls on there, so the parents can override these.
It also requires chatbot operators to monitor for mentions of self-harm or suicidal ideations that come from users. Attorney General William Tong says the law gives control of children's online activity back to the parents. Connecticut drivers who are caught illegally and repeatedly passing a stopped school bus could temporarily lose their license. The new legislation, approved unanimously by lawmakers, means that someone in violation of the law for a third time faces a 6-month suspension of their driver's license. Another law signed this week adds more rules for distracted drivers and their phones. Now, if you're caught holding a mobile electronic device, regardless of what the driver's doing on the device, you will be penalized. The law also cracks down on any driver caught having a video playing in the view of the driver. And a new state law places heftier fines on people who abandon sea vessels. The new legislation means that those who abandon a boat will be fined between $750 to $1,000, which is more than double the previous fine. The law also requires valid contact information for the owner to be attached to the vessel before going on the water for paddle crafts, including kayaks. Peter Francis from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about the risks that abandoned boats present.
As they sink, even smaller boats can leak gasoline, diesel fuel, lubricants, and other hazardous materials into the water, plus the materials that the boat is actually comprised of, fiberglass, plastics, paints, that kind of stuff.
The only exception to the law is if the boat was abandoned during a declared emergency due to severe weather conditions like a hurricane. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little bit easier. New Haven on 95 north crawling along from exit 39 and B going all the way into Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound side busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
My righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Great that you're standing by and chatting with us here. We appreciate that. Coming up again in the 5 o'clock hour, we've got our buddy, our pal, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. He has assured me that you're not going to want to miss his presentation today. So we will breathlessly await the Dan Har segment coming up at 5 o'clock. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How about this? Let's bookend this, the medical debt question that we started on today. All right? Let's bookend it with this, because this is one of those things where you read and you go, uh-huh. This in the Connecticut Mirror. Connecticut lawmaker, now again, at the same time that everybody parades around saying, hey, college is too expensive, and maybe we should give more people more opportunities here, whatever. And listen, I'm all for college education. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Did you see this today in the Connecticut Mirror? Get a load of this. Connecticut lawmakers reject a 3-year bachelor degree program. In other words, lawmakers were approached, right? Lawmakers were approached with saying, hey, can colleges in Connecticut give out accredited bachelor of whatever diplomas with only 3 years instead of 4? Because apparently this is now a thing. But the trend is not going away. Proponents say the degrees help the workforce and students' finances. You think? Gets people working, a lot of students, 1 year earlier, and they're not having to pay for 4 years of school. Even I can do that math. How about 3 years of school? The Committee of Connecticut Lawmakers, of course, responsible for higher education, bucked a national trend this year. I'm shocked. You mean Connecticut's not going to do what a lot of other states are doing that makes sense? Well, slap me silly. A committee of Connecticut lawmakers responsible for higher education bucked a national trend this year, says here in the Connecticut Mirror, when they tabled a proposal that would have allowed colleges and universities in the state to offer 3-year bachelor's programs, bachelor degrees. I'm shocked. Over the past few years, an increasing number of higher ed institutions all across the wonderful U.S. have started adopting some form of a 3-year degree, including many in Connecticut's neighboring states. In March of 2024, a little over 2 years ago, the New England Commission of Higher Education created guidelines for colleges that want to implement 3-year bachelors instead of 4. The diverging opinions that arose during a public hearing in Hartford this spring revealed a host of concerns, from the cost to quality to workforce needs. At the heart of the discussion lay a deeper question, now they're getting philosophical here, laying a deeper question around the purpose of higher education and the best way to equip young people with the skills they need, yada, yada, yada. Some college administrators say a 3-year degree program would lower the cost of college. You think, Einstein? You're there for 3 years and not 4. Decrease the likelihood of students dropping out and help more quickly fill gaps in critical areas of the workforce. But critics of the offering say the traditional 4-year programs expose students to a broader range of educational experiences, which helps foster their critical thinking skills and produces graduates who are more adaptable to the ever-changing professional world. Yeah. And a lot of look, I'm not putting words in any of these school administrators' mouths, but what do you think happens to the bottom line? What you riddle me this. This is not hard. What do you think happens to the bottom line of, now forget Connecticut, but anywhere around the country where you offer 3-year bachelor's degrees instead of 4? What do you think the math shows you on this, huh?
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
Connecticut's favorite obstacle run, the Gaylord Gauntlet 5K, is back Saturday, June 13th in Wallingford. Run, crawl, climb, splash, balance, and swing through 24 insane obstacles, including mud, fire, zip lines, even a massive water slide. Every registration supports Connecticut's largest adaptive sports program, the Gaylord Sports Association, which provides adaptive sports, recreation, and fitness opportunities for people with permanent physical or visual impairments. GaylordGauntlet.org.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little bit easier. New Haven on 95 north crawling along from exit 39 A and B going all the way into Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound side busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Look, I'm not trying to be cynical here. Who, me? Me? Cynical? But can you imagine if this thing actually came up by state education officials for a vote in Hartford, and some UConn got wind of it, a lot of other schools got wind of it? Because remember, when you go to, now who knows how big the reduction would be, but again, it stands to reason, doesn't it, that if you go from a 4-year bachelor program to a 3-year bachelor program, you're going to have some staff reductions. You're going to have some reductions in staffing and paralegal, support staff there. Comes down to money. Now, again, it's not like the 4-year bachelor's thing is something horrible, but again, in an era, as it said in this story, where maybe we can get young folk into the job, the big hamster wheel of society there, and start their experiences a year sooner. What's wrong with that? Now, maybe some of the area bars wouldn't like it. Many, some of the places that are known to habituate with people consuming alcohol and stuff like that. Maybe they can you imagine them with the lobbyist badge on the floor at the state office building in the state capitol? Yeehaw. So that's an interesting thought. When I saw this story, too, today, I went, well, that's kind of interesting. State Senator Derek Slab, Democrat, West Hartford, co-chairs the legislature's Higher Ed and Employment Advancement Committee, expressed concern that 3-year programs might lessen the value and rigor of a bachelor's degree. Okay. And he said it remained unclear whether the degrees would be accepted by grad schools and certain employers. Well, you can check that now, can't you? You can tell, youngins, young men, young women who say, hey, I want to do that 3-year thing and get out of here quicker. You can have the universities, you can make it a law, and the universities have to say, well, okay, though, but it's not our fault if you don't get hired. Again, we try to make college more affordable for a lot of young people. And whenever we do that, there's a lot of people who are ready to say, well, no, you can't do that. Why not? Look how many people can't afford, like UConn. Remember UConn, the idea of a state school, state taxpayers should get to go there because they're paying for it, and they should get to go cheap. Not anymore. Not anymore. Jeff in Westport's here. Jeff, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul, you're absolutely right. And this is Joe in Weston, not Jeff in Westport. The reason I'm saying that is I have breaking news for you, and this is going to blow your mind.
All right.
This comes from a very reliable source that I can't name, obviously.
Okay, yeah.
Iran has 2 working nuclear weapons, and they're going to be testing one in the next 3 to 4 weeks on their land to show the world that they're nuclear capable now. Now, that's very reliable sources, but I can't say who they are, okay?
Okay, because if you told me, you'd have to kill me. That's probably what would happen here.
No, I'd probably be killed.
Nah.
So I just wanted to put that out there, Paul. And if it does happen in the next 3 to 4 weeks, you'll be the big kahuna on the radio because you broke it first.
I will, and Jeff, thank you. Be interesting to find out who you heard that from. I assume it might be somebody that knows, one would think. So Jeff said he has a source that says Iran is going to test nukes on their own land. Maybe they're, way out there in the desert. I don't know, man. Joe in Norwalk. Joe, how are you? What's up, sir?
Great. How are you?
I'm good, Joe. What's on your mind?
Just a real quick thing about the 3-year bachelor degree.
Yes, sir.
You did mention that staff may be decreased. Well, I'm not so sure I agree with you on that because maybe they're going to take that 3-year time frame and kids don't get summers off. Kids don't get the vacation around Christmas and New Year's. So what they do is they just jam all that time together. And they still need the folks to educate these young people.
Could be, yeah. Good thought there, yeah, because I would assume if any schools did this, right, Joe, they may want to check with well-heeled alumni or influential alumni in various fields, right, and say, hey, would you be okay with grads that we send you with 3 years rather than 4, or do you want that 4th year, Joe, like you said, jammed into those 3 years? That's an interesting thought.
It could be just credit hours. You can make that up in different ways.
Yeah. Joe, good thought there, my friend. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, Joe. Yeah. Could be. Maybe that's in the minutia here in the article that I didn't see. I should probably scan for the minutia. Republicans, not surprisingly, some of them like the idea. State Rep Republican Seth Bronco Naugatuck disagreed that the reduced credits would jeopardize the integrity of a college degree, citing the fact that other schools are already doing these pilot programs. The 120-degree standard, or I guess credit standard it would be for a bachelor's degree, became popular in the early 1900s. In the late 1860s, it says here, then Harvard President Charles Eliot, 1T, 1L, introduced the idea of elective courses to an educational system that had, until then, a uniform curriculum for everyone. I didn't know that. Happened at Harvard. With elective classes came the need to establish criteria for an educational degree that could include multiple different subjects. And again, and I thought of this immediately. When this happens, what do you do? In other words, you have the course specific and course mandated courses, their degree mandated courses, and then you have some of your your electives. So what do? Do they cut the fat from the electives? I don't know. It's a really, really interesting thought here. Higher education institutions over the past 100 years have added, though, a range of short degree and non-degree programs from associate's degree. Yeah, I've had relatives with associate's degree, 2 years, to certificates, micro-credentials, apprenticeships, and more. My son has a certificate. He did a certificate program at the Yale Drama School. So it's good because he has Yale on his resume, but Dad didn't have to pay for it. I think that certificate was mom. Don't worry, Dad's paying for a chunk of the undergrad stuff, so don't worry about that. Kristen Morgan, a professor of communication, film, and media at Eastern Connecticut State University, said she worried the 90-credit bachelor's degree would create a two-tiered system where people with more money could pursue traditional bachelor's degrees while lower-income students might opt for the shorter, more economical program. And the problem with that, Professor, with all due respect, is what? She's worried it will be a two-tiered system, where if you had more money, you can go the traditional 4 years. If you had less money, you could go 3 years. So... Man, I got to tell you, these people, see, this is why, as many as you people tell me, Paul, you'd be great in Hartford. No, I would have been at this hearing with this esteemed Kristen Morgan, professor at Eastern. I would have said, well, Professor, what's wrong with that? Life is about tiers, right? We're all young guys. We're all having, the application in to buy that first new car. What do we want? We want the sports car generally, but you know what? Can't have it. Well, that's a two-tiered. Is that a two-tiered system at your local car dealership? No, it's not a two-tiered system. It's a multi-tiered system.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little bit easier. New Haven on 95 north crawling along from exit 39 A and B going all the way into Long Wharf, and on 84 eastbound side busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
250 years ago, freedom wasn't broadcast. It was declared. Ink on paper, voices in rooms, a bold idea called independence. Today, that same spirit travels farther than ever, through every speaker, every car, every home. For over a century, radio has carried America's voice. This 4th of July, we celebrate 250 years of freedom and the sound that keeps it alive.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Look, all I'm saying is this is making me laugh because everybody's worried about the 3-year degree. Listen, you just tell the parents or whomever is going to be writing the checks for junior or the grandkids or whatever. And if they say, hey, I want to take that 3-year program, make sure they know. Make sure they know. Make sure you send them all the literature. Make sure in an interview, if those things even still happen, saying, hey, you can do the 3-year thing. That's okay. But make sure whatever field you're looking to get into is going to be okay with that. That's all. Is there anything wrong with that? Now, from an educational point of view, well, okay, there's you can't take the classics. You've got to take a few less electives. Okay, I could see that. But I'm sure a lot of employers, especially today, are going to say, I don't give a crap how many courses they took. Are they smart enough for this?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Iran and the U.S. trading strikes, this time in Kuwait. The Pentagon says it shot down drones targeting U.S. forces in Kuwait. Kuwaiti's airport also heavily damaged. ABC's Karen Travers has more on new remarks by President Trump.
In a new podcast interview that was released today, the president has said he hadn't made up his mind about making a deal with Iran or potentially going back to major combat operations and major strikes against Iran. He was asked what that would do. He said it would achieve certainty. But I do think it's important to underline here. We've heard the president repeatedly, every time he talks about this situation, say that Iran's military capabilities have been decimated. But what we see with these strikes overnight show that they still have capabilities to carry out something that can have deadly consequences.
The Senate could start voting as early as tonight on legislation to fund immigration enforcement agencies. Voting put on hold over bipartisan backlash of President Trump's so-called anti-weaponization fund, created as part of a settlement related to President Trump's IRS case. The president and DOJ have since nixed the fund after a judge put a temporary freeze on the $1.8 billion. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen on Capitol Hill testifying about immigration operations, along with security preps for the World Cup, which kicks off next week. Mullen says they're ready, but there are challenges for what he likened to 78 Super Bowls across U.S. cities over the next month.
I feel very comfortable where we're at, and we feel like we have a zero-fail mission, but it's going to be complicated. We have 5 to 7 million visitors coming in. We have some very complicated countries that are going to be playing each other that have a tremendous amount of dislike against each other.
In California, a hostage standoff and bomb threat at a bank in downtown Bakersfield is over. Police say the suspect is dead. All 10 hostages were released unharmed. Police say they don't have a motive. On Wall Street, stocks ending lower today. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
7 months after President Trump commuted his sentence for identity theft and wire fraud, former Republican Congressman George Santos back in the headlines and facing a new federal investigation, this time over suspicious bets placed with a prediction market platform.
Back in February, Santos released this video.
I'm going to be there for the State of the Union in the gallery, guys.
At the time, Kalshi was taking bets on who would attend President Trump's State of the Union speech. Sources say Santos placed wagers tied to his own attendance, but during the address, he posted, "Watching State of the Union from an airport TV was not part of the plan." By skipping the speech, sources say he pocketed tens of thousands of dollars.
ABC's Sophie Flay. In California, a Sacramento man arrested and charged for allegedly attempting to bring explosive materials through airport security last weekend.
49-year-old Kamani Osiande Jones was allegedly wearing a scarf covering his face and latex gloves on his hands as he tried to go through security at the Sacramento airport. In his carry-on bag, prosecutors say he had an explosive device and lighter capable of lighting the explosive, along with a knife, scissors, blades, an aerosol can, and zip ties. He also allegedly had 5 cell phones, and one of them had a 15-minute timer running and another with a message on it reading, "We will be awaiting your call." Prosecutors say the explosive device was viable and energetic, as they put it, and if it had detonated midair on a plane, it could have been catastrophic.
ABC's Alex Stone, Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford police responded to a shooting this morning where one person was killed and another was injured. Officers say they were called to a residence in the 800 block of East Broadway at 2:56 a.m. and notified that 2 people inside had been shot. One person was taken to an area hospital for treatment of a gunshot wound, while the second person was pronounced dead at the scene. Police said that both victims were residents of the house and that they are investigating the death as a homicide. 6 officers are injured and 4 have been hospitalized after an inmate attack on Monday night. The attack happened at the Cheshire Correctional Institution around 9 p.m. Authorities say an incarcerated man approached 2 officers in the housing unit and struck them both in the face after contraband was discovered in his cell. As more staff members responded, the man continued his attacks until he was subdued. Police say they're investigating the incident. Interim Commissioner Sharonda Carlos says, quote, they are conducting a thorough review of the incident. And documents indicate former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart used taxpayer money to fund her master's degree. An independent investigation launched by current Mayor Bobby Sanchez shows a 2021 memorandum of agreement was signed that allowed Stewart to be reimbursed $32,000 for graduate school tuition. Records indicate she was simultaneously billing hundreds of dollars to her city credit cards for textbooks and other personal expenses. The scandal caused her to drop out of the race for governor 2 days before the Republican convention. She was the favorite for the Republican nomination. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound a little bit easier. New Haven on 95 north crawling along from exit 39 and B going all the way into Long Wharf and on 84 eastbound side. Busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Lovely to have you with us right here. Your old buddy, your old pal, Paul Piselli, hanging out with you. 203-333 at 9422 333 WICC. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Next hour, our buddy, our pal, you know him, you love him. Well, most of you know him, and most of you love him, I guess. Although, if a lot of you don't like Dan Haar, it means he's doing his job, though, because a lot of people say, well, you got to have that lefty Haar. No. We invite everybody here. We're all equal opportunity here in the beautiful Connecticut Today Lounge. At 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. 2 big stories today. Another 100,000 Connecticut folks are going to have their medical debt erased. Bye-bye. There's an organization called Undue Medical Debt. Now, it's spelled UNDUE. In other words, it's undue debt. But you see what the double meaning is there, kind of a double entendre. Undue, meaning undo it, which would be, UN space D-O. This is undue, UNDUE. Get it? We got it, Paul. That's enough. All right. Round 4 of the initiative is eliminating nearly $315 million in medical debt from 97,000 officials. To Governor Ned Lamont's office, I guess they negotiate with these hospitals and whomever is owed the money as to what the ratio will be. They're buying it for pennies on the dollar. And then this organization steps in. It's a national nonprofit organization, Undo Medical Debt. And again, they're looking at organizations that are losing federal money, the governor says, via the Trump White House, Medicaid, Planned Parenthood, and whatever. So there you go. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. But my question was, why do we need this? And I know we need it. I don't mean need. I mean need. Because every year we say, well, the fact that we have to buy out, and again, I understand, I'm sure the hospitals and the doctors and whatever, they would rather get paid something pennies on the dollar than get nothing. That I understand. But every year we talk about the same thing as medical care being just crippling to some people's finances. Are we ever going to figure that out? I proposed something earlier like, hey, what about we do? I know people are recoiling at it. I'm getting yelled at an email. I'm getting yelled at on the text screen here. But what if the feds came to you and said, hey, if you give us another 4, 5, 6, say 7% or whatever of your gross salary, we can guarantee you'll never pay a stinking cent for medical care or psychiatric care or dental or vision. Would you sign on for that? I would. Run the numbers. It probably makes sense. So we're talking about, and we're talking about that, and we're talking about this too. This is fascinating. I guess some colleges in some states are moving. Notice I said some states and not the great state of Connecticut, by the way. Notice I said some colleges in some states. But some colleges in some states are moving ahead with 3-year bachelor degrees in certain studies, in certain subjects. The idea is you can get kids, young adults, into the workforce quicker, and it saves them money. Well, saves them or saves mom and dad if you don't go that 4th year, right? Save mom and dad 30, 40, 50, 60 grand. But, there's trepidation. There's always trepidation here in Connecticut. There's always, oh, no. We can't do that. We can't do that Trump tax credit, too, that's basically free money for some kids. I can't do that. No. You don't think the teachers' unions have anything to do with that, do you? No, sir, Gunga Din. What was I thinking? Dave in Newtown is here to join us on the program. Hey, Dave, how are you? What's up?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, Dave.
What you're describing is socialized or universal health care.
Not really. I'm just talking about, what I would like with this, too, is to put a firewall in there and to tell the federal government, you worry about the money, and this other body will worry about the care and the actual implementation of it. So I don't know if that's hardcore socialized medicine or not.
Well, I don't know about the word hardcore or not, but the problem is, and I'm sure I just entered the car, so I don't know what you were talking about before, but I'm sure you know that the number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States is medical
debt. Yeah.
And that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
And if I was an employer of about 25 people, who made me the expert in insurance for my employees?
Mm-hmm.
I had no background in it. And so if I'm a cheapskate, I'll give you cheap insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm a nice guy, I'll give you more. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that if you're an engineer and you work for one company, you could have great insurance, and if you're an engineer and work for another company, you have crummy insurance.
Yeah.
Everybody deserves basic medical care.
Yeah.
And it breaks your heart that a kid needs a heart surgery and the parents have to sell their house. It's just unacceptable.
Yeah, and we have to, and Dave, thank you. Good thought there. We have to figure this out. And you will have people that will come on and say, well, no way, keep the government out of it. Or you'll have people come on and say, well, the government's got to be more involved. I don't care. Figure it the freak out. Because year after year after year after year, it's like, you hear that? We're banging our heads with the same stuff here. It's mind-numbing. Jeez. Chris and Redding, hang on. We'll be to you after I go straighten my head out on WICC.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out kjtreeservice.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Connecticut, commemorating 250 years
of sustainability,
of culture, of innovation, of democracy.
169 towns strong.
250 years of Connecticut.
Visit 250nct.com for a calendar of don't miss celebrations and events.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
CWICC Saturday from 10 to 4 at the Stratford Main Street Festival. Enjoy vendors, food trucks, and live entertainment. Stop by the WICC tent. Get details at voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 South accident reported between exit 40 and exit 39A and B. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway, the slow ride starts in Stamford. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. Next, cross WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Oxford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC, talking about that one of these constant things that not only are we not making it better, it's getting worse. And the idea of medical debt putting people into bankruptcy situations, and you have these charities that are around the country that, for example, the state is teaming up again with Undo Medical Debt, a national nonprofit. Nearly 100,000 or 100,000 state residents will be getting letters in the mail starting this week telling them that some or all of their medical debt has been erased. Wow, how about that? Talk about winning the lottery there. Jeez. This is round number 4 of the initiative and is eliminating $315 million in debt from 97,000 individuals. In total, right? In total, more than 252,000 residents who were struggling with medical bills have had more than $513 million in medical debt canceled in just about 2 years. $500 million. Wow. But the point is, what do we do so we don't need these charitable organizations? It's great that they're doing it, but it's sad that we need it, isn't it? I don't know. Chris in Reading is here. Chris, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hi, how you doing today?
Good,
Thanks for
good.
taking my call.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Yes, it's funny. I worked in the medical field most of my life.
Okay.
For at least 20 years, and I always wondered until you said, where does all this money to come from pay for this?
Yeah.
I didn't know how everything was paid for. And to hear you say that, it's always been a question in my head. Who takes care of all this? I know there's what you're talking about is somebody just paying all the bills.
Sure.
But I'm wondering, what about like Husky or something like that? Is that different?
Husky is one of the state programs here that helps pay for low-income families, kids too. A lot of kids. So Husky is I think it's mostly tax money. There may be some federal money in there, but I think the federal money is connected to Medicaid, which is a part federal, part state program. But Husky has got to be state funding, I believe.
Okay, but what you're saying besides that is that somebody who is paying off this medical debt. Who is that?
This is a national nonprofit organization, and the name of the organization is called, let me get it right, Undo Medical Debt, UNDUE.
Oh.
Undo Medical Debt, and I'm looking at them right here now. And let's see. They're at undumedicaldebt.org.
Okay.
And it says here that over the years, they have relieved and paid off for people $40+ billion of medical debt.
I almost swore.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's okay. Sorry.
No, and the one last thing I have to say is, as I said, I've been working in a hospital for years.
Yep.
And people don't know the waste that goes into.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of waste. And like I worked in a hospital, so there's a lot of waste. And so we're paying for that. So that ought to be more monitored, because it's just you're paying for somebody else. I don't know if they overcharge or pay. So that's all.
No, and Chris, thank you. Appreciate it. And again, too, let's not, and Chris saying that reminded me of something, and I fault myself for not saying it yet, but let's be sure and not make hospitals the bad guys or the bad gals here too, because again, understand something. A lot of the hospitals write off debt that they know they're not going to get reimbursed for. And they say every year in Hartford Healthcare and Yale and UConn, they all say, hey, by the way, while everybody is screaming at us for what we do have to charge for some of these things, let's let's remember that we also wrote off, and some of these, it's tens of millions of dollars every year. Now, I know what the common person is saying. They're saying, well, it's not like you're writing off 20,000 cases of canned tomatoes because there's a retail value on that versus a surgical procedure or an anesthesiologist being in a room with you for 2 hours. Like, people are nebulous. And our last caller's right. People are nebulous as to really how hospital and medical bills kind of come about. Like, what is this surgeon's rate based on? Who did he discuss that rate with? Okay, he did my grandfather's double bypass. That's great. And he charged, $70,000 or $80,000 for that operation, whatever. Well, and is he charging the same as the surgeon who was doing the patient down the hall? There's kind of a gray, fuzzy kind of area that I think a lot of people get a little confused with.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 South accident reported between exit 40 and exit 39A and B. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 North, up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway, the slow ride starts in Stamford. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com. Next, Kraus with WICC traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a three-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
voiceofct.com. Add us to your bookmarks and listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. We really appreciate it. And tell all your friends about the program and all the other shows right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online at voiceofct.com. And again, I feel the need to do this. I'm not here to bash hospitals. I'm not here to bash doctors. I'm not here to bash hospital administrators. I'm not here to bash insurance companies, people who work for insurance companies. We have this propensity to say, oh, the evil insurance companies. Well, the people work for these companies. And not everybody in those companies has the same, the same juice, the same buzz to make the decisions that affect millions of people as other people in the country in the companies do. But you just wish that we would have kind of a moon landing early to mid to late 1960s mentality about this. I mean, we had 400,000+ people, right, working to make sure that we could land a man on the moon, and we did it because we put our minds to it. So you mean to tell me there aren't 400,000 experts or 40,000 or 4,000 that could all get together and say, okay, this is going to be like turning a battleship here now, but here's what we're going to try and do, right? Why don't we do that and dig down and have another Manhattan Project?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. At the White House, President Trump says he remains confident Iran wants to make a deal, but says leadership is difficult to deal with. It comes as the U.S. and Iran are trading strikes despite a ceasefire in place. The U.S. Supreme Court ruling Alabama can move forward to use a congressional map for the midterms previously blocked by lower courts. Here's ABC's Devin Dwyer.
The bottom line is this is the culmination of years of litigation in Alabama. It is now removing one of those two majority bloc districts, a seat held by Democrats, and is the latest indication now that these race-based politics, including those that protect minority voters, are starting to give way to a new era.
In California, an hours-long hostage and bomb standoff at a bank in downtown Bakersfield ended with the suspect dead. Police say all 10 hostages were released unharmed. The FBI identified the man as Anthony Scott Searles Harris. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is more than doubling the reward for tips in a 1990 cold case. Tipsters who have information on the homicide of John Robinson will be eligible to receive a $50,000 reward, up from the $20,000 reward in place since Robinson died. An autopsy showed Robinson was 24 years old when he died from head trauma. His body was discovered when someone reported a foul odor coming out of an apartment on Temple Street more than 35 years ago. New Haven Police Chief David Zanelli says the department is taking a fresh look at the case. The driver involved in a pedestrian-involved hit-and-run last night in Norwalk is being sought. A 34-year-old suffered serious injuries when he was struck shortly after 10 p.m. at Main Street and Plymouth Avenue. He was taken to Norwalk Hospital. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. Governor Ned Lamont signed new legislation Tuesday to protect underage users from AI dangers. Lawmakers say the act will make Connecticut a national leader in the responsible use of AI. One aspect of the law places limits on how social media platforms can offer personalized algorithms for underage users. Milford Democratic State Senator James Maroney shared some of the details.
It limits the amount of time that you can use someone who's under the age of 18's personal data, right? So to show them the feed. Otherwise, the feed that they're seeing has to be shown chronologically. They can't be shown alerts. I think after the hour of 9 o'clock, you can't get alerts. It does allow for some parental controls on there. So the parents can override these.
It also requires chatbot operators to monitor for mentions of self-harm or suicidal ideations that come from users. Attorney General William Tong says the law gives control of children's online activity back to the parents. The Bridgeport City Council has agreed to a $1.78 million settlement to two lawsuits filed by families claiming police misconduct. The first $30,000 would go to the family of Lauren Smith Fields, who died in 2021. Her family filed a lawsuit in 2023 claiming police botched notifying her relatives of her death. The remaining $1.75 million would go to the family of Jonathan Bell, an unarmed man who in 2023 led police on a multi-town chase that culminated with his shooting by Bridgeport police in Ansonia. The city council voted at their meeting Monday to approve both the $1.75 million and $30,000 settlements. Eversource is making improvements and upgrades to its infrastructure to prepare for hurricane season. The business is ramping up its vegetation management program, focusing on tree trimming in areas that could threaten power lines and other critical infrastructure. The organization, which provides power for 3 states, including Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, says 90% of storm-related outages are caused by downed trees that fall into power lines. The company is also investing in updating aging utility poles and lines with stronger materials. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is forecasting a below-normal hurricane season, but Eversource is remaining diligent with its preparation. Several downed power lines are being blamed for power outages and small fires up in Naugatuck on Tuesday morning. Officials with Eversource say the downed lines energized a chain-link fence on Cherry Street and sparked spot fires near the Naugatuck Animal Control Building, which was evacuated. All animals were taken to the Oxford Animal Control Facility. Officials dismissed students early at Cross Street Intermediate School because of the outage. The Naugatuck Fire Department received mutual aid from the Beacon Hose, Middlebury, Prospect, and Bethany fire departments. Roughly 97,000 residents are receiving medical debt forgiveness in Connecticut. The recipients are expected to be notified by mail later this week. It comes through an organization called Undue Medical Debt, which has paid off $513 million in medical bills for Connecticut residents since 2024. In order to be eligible, residents must fall 4 times below the federal poverty level, and the medical debt must be more than 5% of their annual income. This new round of debt forgiveness will eliminate more than $300 million in medical bills. Connecticut drivers who are caught illegally and repeatedly passing a stopped school bus could temporarily lose their license. The new legislation, approved unanimously by lawmakers, means that someone in violation of the law for a 3rd time faces a 6-month suspension of their driver's license. Another law signed this week adds more rules for distracted drivers and their phones. Now, if you're caught holding a mobile electronic device, regardless of what the driver's doing on the device, you will be penalized. The law also cracks down on any driver caught having a video playing in view of the driver. And a new state law places heftier fines on people who abandon sea vessels. The new legislation means that those who abandon a boat will be fined between $750 to $1,000, which is more than double the previous fine. The law also requires valid contact information for the owner to be attached to the vessel before going on the water for paddle crafts, including kayaks. Peter Francis from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about the risks that abandoned boats present.
As they sink, even smaller boats can leak gasoline, diesel fuel, lubricants, and other hazardous materials into the water, plus the materials that the boat is actually comprised of, fiberglass, plastics, paints, that kind of stuff.
The only exception to the law is if the boat was abandoned during a declared emergency due to severe weather conditions, like a hurricane. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, plan on up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway, slow ride starts in Stamford into New Haven. 95 north and southbound, heavy congestion delays through Milford, Orange, and West Haven and Long Wharf. On 84 eastbound at Jammin and Danbury going towards the Super 7. Further eastbound, an accident reported approaching exit 16. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. The purchase help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Allow me, if you will, and I know you normally do because it's my kind of program here. Thank you. Allow me for a minute to just vent, because if I don't bleed the pressure out of my head on this, my head's gonna split. It's gonna get really messy in here, if you know what I mean. It's gonna get a tad on the messy side here. This, and it's a national thing. I just looked up and saw it, and if I don't say anything here, they're going to wheel me out here within the hour, and Chris will be telling people, well, we're getting Paul some treatment here. The president, one Mr. Donald John Trump, held a news conference today. It just wrapped up in the Oval Office. He loves to talk. We all know that. He absolutely, he loves to talk here. And He still says, well, I don't know about this what's this fund, this weaponization fund or whatever. He basically wants to say screw you to everybody who doesn't like him, and he wants to pay cash money to people who may have been involved in other stuff, January 6th and that. And his quote was, he didn't know if the anti-weaponization fund is dead or on hold. Oh, my God. Oh, God. See, this is what I mean. He is, and not that I have this on any good authority here. It's just my gut. It's just how I see this. It's just what I read, whatever. But I hate to use the word disinterested. I really do. But when you see him say, well, the fund, the other day he said something along the lines with, well, if the court says we can't do it, we're not going to do it and we move on. Now, unless he's doing this just to screw with people, because you know he would never do that, would you? And still, with all this going on, the Dems still don't have a good idea on how to run in 2026 or 2028. They want to make it about Trump, but at the same time, people are like, yeah, I've made my mind up on Trump, whatever. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Thank you so much for letting me do that. Here's the quote. I love it. I think it's so important, unquote. Oh, Mr. President, sir, with all due respect, move on. Move on. Just move on. Telling you, he's going to walk away. Unless the war, God forbid, we get into next year, the war with Iran is still going, with Iran is still going. If he wouldn't be able to walk away from that, which is one reason I think he's pushing so hard now to get this thing done and wrapped up and zip tight and cleaned up and polished by the end of the year. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm telling you, I stand by this. I'm not going to budge on this. No, sir, no, ma'am. Ain't going to do this. Wouldn't do it, and be prudent. He is going to exit the White House so he can do it on his terms. He's going to do it sometime in the 2027 calendar year. So maybe around this time next year, you'll be calling me up at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, and say, Paul, I was screaming at you, on the radio, but I think you're right there. And how about this stuff in California, too? Can it take them any longer to count the votes? And I guess if they're going to do it accurately, all right, I get it. But now we're polls closed plus how many hours, and they're still counting in California? Wow, this Spencer Pratt guy, I love this guy. Even though he does impress me as being a little bit of a nut, just a skosh of a little nutsarino there. But why not? Why not? You listen to me every day from 2 to 6 on Monday through Friday, and you know that I'm crazy, right? So why should it be any different for a former reality TV star who is running for mayor of the number 2 city in the U.S.?
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
After a series of record highs, stocks took a bit of a beating today as concerns about the war between the United States and Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz pushed oil prices up, while some stronger than expected economic data, welcome news, also pushed interest rates up and pushed a rate cut from the Fed farther away. The Dow slid 620 points, or 1.2%, to 50,687. S&P down 0.75%, 56 points to 75.53. NASDAQ down nearly 0.9 to 239 points, 26,853. Oil prices advanced $2.60 to 96.36 a barrel, while interest rates moved higher. The yield on the 10-year note 4.49%. The dollar firmed, pushing down gold and silver. Gold off more than $53. Silver's down $2.38 the ounce at the close. The market also will deal with some weaker than expected revenue numbers from Broadcom, which is down more than 4% in after-hours trading, delivering its quarterly report that appears to now have disappointed Wall Street.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, plan on up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway, slow ride starts in Stamford into New Haven. 95 north and southbound, heavy congestion delays through Milford, Orange, and West Haven and Long Wharf. On 84 eastbound at Jammin and Danbury going towards the Super 7. Further eastbound, an accident reported approaching exit 16. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, you are like a hurricane. There's something in your eye. I forgot the lyric there, but 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Guess who's investigating Aaron Stewart now? Our Attorney General William Tong says he, Mr. Tong, has launched an investigation into former New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart's handling of charitable assets. The AG confirming Wednesday that he and the Department of Consumer Protection were handling the investigation. He's getting involved, he says, because of Stewart's handling of charitable assets for the benefit of the Mayor's Trophy Charitable Fund, a donor-advised fund managed by the Community Foundation of Greater New Britain. Tong said that as part of the investigation, the state, reports Channel 3 here, has become aware of two accounts. Man, this gets curiouser and curiouser here. The state, Mr. Tong says, has become aware of two accounts with the same name. A fund managed by the foundation and a checking account held at M&T Bank, which was not managed by the foundation, but they have the same name. Yikes. Wow. The Little Poland Festival has benefited from the Mayor's Trophy Charitable Fund, including Adrian Barron, who markets the festival. Now, I'm happy William Tong said the following. This, again, is a statement on Channel 3, because I'm sure even he is cognizant of what people might say and say, all right, I mean, people are going to say, come on, you too. But he said this, quote, I understand why these investigations are going on. I understand why the new mayor, Bobby Sanchez, and why he had to do this. He's also been a great supporter of community events. It's disappointing, but I'm not going to say otherwise. She was great to help our organization over the years. And by the way, that's a quote not from William Tong. I'm sorry, that's a quote from this Adrian Barron, who was connected with these funds. Joint statement did come out here. Quote, this is from William Tong. This is from William Tong, Paul. Read the right paragraph, you dope. And State Consumer Protection Commissioner Brian Caffarelli, they issued a joint statement. Wonder what the THC concentration was. Get it? Joint? Shut up. Quote, it's our job to ensure charitable organizations adhere to all the rules and regulations, and it's our priority to give donors confidence that when they give to the charity, their contributions are used as intended. Quoting again, this inquiry will follow the facts wherever they lead without regard to politics or personalities. Somebody came up to me in the hallway early today or yesterday. I forget what it was. And even they asked me, too, because I've talked a lot about this. And this is now how should I put this? This is now the buzzy kind of question here. And you've probably discussed it on your own as well, right? It's that buzzy kind of question. Do you think she's going to jail? And I just don't. I just, I don't know what it is. What do you think? You think I'm wrong here? You think I'm being too naive? Now, she's going to have to make a boatload of restitution here, one would think. And she even mentioned it. I'm not going out on a limb here. Well, how do you know that, Paul? Because she said she was willing to make restitution. She used the R word in restitution. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I don't think she goes to jail. And again, what's the point? And you're going to take and again, I'm not acting as defense counsel for her. I'm not, no. I'm just saying from a optics point of view. Now, again, there are people who do what she has alleged to have done and have done that without being a one-time darling of the future of the Connecticut Republican Party. So whether that has anything to do with it, I think we would be naive if we said it, absolutely didn't. I mean, I don't know. But to put her in jail, I don't know. Does it make any sense? You tell me. And look, she's going to be offered a deal. I mean, the last thing she's going to do is in any way, shape, or form go to a trial on this. I mean, no, that's not going to happen. This is an alleged boatload of white-collar criminality, and we'll see how it hangs out there. But again, now the Commissioner of Consumer Protection, Brian Caffarelli, who's an often guest here on the radio station of the Morning with Melissa in the Morning, and William Tong are joining into the investigation as well. As well they should. We have fun at Mr. Tong's expense here, but listen, you've got to take a look at all the money involved here or the alleged purposes involved here and how they were proper and how they were not. Traffic and weather together, proper on the 6s here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, Clanon up to 90 minutes. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway. Slow ride starts in Stamford into New Haven. 95 north and southbound. Heavy congestion delays through Milford, Orange, and West Haven and Long Wharf. On 84 eastbound at Jammin and Danbury going towards the Super 7. Further eastbound, an accident reported approaching exit 16. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. The purchase help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 475-277-6819 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 475-277-6819 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 475-277-6819 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 475-277-6819.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, you don't want to miss this. Our pal Dan Haar coming up at a quarter after. He has got a bunch of big stories, and I'm still not going to say what he told me please not to say because he wasn't sure it was going to happen. And maybe he's there right now, but I'll leave it to him to break that on our merry little radio programming. And if it is what it is, what he said it is, it'll be similar to something that happened in the Northeast and is still happening around the greater Northeast area. So we will have that and more coming up. Just reminders, any way you want to contact the Married program here, as a lot of you have done today, email Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul at voiceofthect.com. We can do it that way. Text or talk, you know the number. It hasn't changed here in eons. 203-203-333-9422-333 WICC talk or text. I can tell you the text messages are rather interesting. Because I read them and say, okay, I can't read that one. No, that's not going to be read. That's really funny, but I wish I could read it on the air, but I can't. So if you'd like to text and really vent and use dirty words, go right ahead.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. President Trump maintains that Iran wants to finalize a deal, even as the Pentagon confirmed it shot down Iranian drones attempting to attack U.S. forces in Kuwait. The president brushing off concerns it could jeopardize the ceasefire.
I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefires when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
ABC's Selena Wang has more on rising tensions and a war that is dragging into a fourth month.
The president said this was going to be a 4 to 6 week war. We have way blown past that deadline. We're in this tenuous ceasefire, yet the U.S. and Iran continue to exchange fire. Not to mention, the president for weeks now has been saying that we're close to a deal with Iran, but we have seen lots of whiplash starts and stops.
Primary races across states yesterday, including California. Results for the top two candidates in the mayoral race in L.A. are still being tallied. ABC's political director Avery Harper has more.
When you look at the vote count, and at last check, Karen Bass was at about 35% of the vote. Spencer Pratt was just behind her at about 30%. And then that progressive councilwoman, Nithya Raman, she was at about 22% of the vote. There's a little bit of a quirk in California in that votes will still be counted as long as they are postmarked by Election Day and they are received within 7 days of Election Day. So it could be a while before we actually know who is going to go up against Karen Bass.
The governor's race is also still undecided in that state. New details on the hours-long standoff at a bank in Bakersfield, California that ended in the death of a suspect who said he had a bomb. FBI special agent in charge, Sid Patel, identifying the suspect as Anthony Scott Searles Harris.
He was no stranger to law enforcement and has a criminal history of using weapons to commit violent offenses. In 2014, he was charged with sex acts with a child under 14. He's a registered sex offender.
Police say the 10 hostages were released unharmed. You're listening to ABC News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
In Southern California, authorities arrested a CEO accused of illegally selling U.S. computer technology to Iran.
Jamshid Gomi is a CEO of an Iran-based technology company. Federal agents have been seen at his $35 million mansion in Newport Beach, California. Federal prosecutors say Gomi has been illegally selling U.S. computer technology to the Iranian government. They say he was acquiring sophisticated networking, security, and encryption equipment and was selling it to Iranian customers, including for the Iranian regime's nuclear and military needs. He allegedly moved millions of dollars from Iran accounts into his U.S. bank account. Gomi is charged with conspiracy to violate the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Ukraine strikes Russia deep within its own territory in a major city gearing up for an economic conference that's organized by President Vladimir Putin. Video of those drone strikes showing plumes of smoke billowing above St. Petersburg. Here's ABC's Patrick Reevell.
Ukraine is now mounting long-range drone strikes like this weekly, and Russia appears largely powerless to stop them. That is increasingly bringing the war home to Russians, and we are seeing a shift in the mood in Russia. Doubts about the war are leaking out. That doesn't mean that Vladimir Putin is close to stopping the war, but it is denting his sense of invulnerability.
A member of the Trump administration is also expected to attend the economic forum. I'm Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
6 officers are injured and 4 have been hospitalized after an inmate attack on Monday night. The attack happened at the Cheshire Correctional Institution around 9 p.m. Authorities say an incarcerated man approached 2 officers in the housing unit and struck them both in the face after contraband was discovered in his cell. As more staff members responded, the man continued his attacks until he was subdued. Police say they're investigating the incident. Interim Commissioner Sharonda Carlos says, quote, they are conducting a thorough review of the incident. The driver involved in a pedestrian-involved hit-and-run last night in Norwalk is being sought. A 34-year-old suffered serious injuries when he was struck shortly after 10 p.m. at Main Street and Plymouth Avenue. He was taken to Norwalk Hospital. Anyone with information is asked to contact Norwalk Police. And Governor Ned Lamont is more than doubling the reward for tips in a 1990 cold case. Tipsters who have information on the homicide of John Robinson will be eligible to receive a $50,000 reward, up from the $20,000 reward in place since Robinson died. An autopsy showed Robinson was 24 years old when he died from head trauma. His body was discovered when someone reported a foul odor coming out of an apartment on Temple Street more than 35 years ago. New Haven Police Chief David Zanelli says the department is taking a fresh look at the case. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. New Haven, 95 north and southbound, heavy volume delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross northbound delays start Route 34, and southbound you got more volume delays through Hampton down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with a low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, fourth and final hour. How are you? You doing all right? Getting in the vehicle right now at about 8 or 9 minutes past 5 o'clock on a good-looking Wednesday. It's good to get hot over the next couple of days. And then we're on this roller coaster back down the hill, heading to 50s and 60s, I saw. Come on. Man, oh, man. Make your mind up. Become spring and become summer. Never mind spring, Paul. You're about 2 months behind it here. We're at, what do we have left to go here? About 18 days? About 18 days to go till we hit summer. How about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Big stories of the day in case you're just joining us. Great to have you with us. William Tong, the Attorney General, and Brian Caffarelli, the Commissioner of Consumer Protection, Consumer Affairs. Both gentlemen often guests on this radio station, Melissa in the morning in particular, and the midday show with Lisa Wexler, saying they are now involved in the Aaron Stewart campaign as this case gets curiouser and curiouser and curiouser. And the reason that these two gentlemen are in on it now, you may say, well, they're just trying to get their piece of flesh. Well, no, because Mr. Tong, Attorney General Tong, and Commissioner Caffarelli are pointing out that there is now some question as to maybe some funds connected to a charity that operated to and through the city of New Britain may be involved here. And apparently there are now, I don't mean to laugh here, but just when you thought, you've got a charity, as reported by Channel 3, that had two different accounts. One was a checking account. It's the kind of thing where you read it and you just go, oh, this too as well. And, of course, another couple of things. We got a lot of calls, a lot of emails and texts on this. In case you didn't see this, Connecticut News Junkie, if you want to read yourself about it later on. More medical debt is going to be erased. 100,000 Connecticut folks are going to see $315 million in medical debt erased by a organization called Undo Medical Debt. And they work with the state, and they buy some of this debt pennies on the dollar. My whole point in talking about this earlier today was it's sad. It's great that we're figuring out how to tell these people, hey, guess what? Smile, because you don't have to worry about all this debt now. But it's sad that we need an organization like this. Not that they're not good people, not that they work with the state, but this is one of those things where we keep talking about medical debt over and over and over and over again. And our other big story of the day, which is kind of interesting, has to do with the state and the folks who are in the education committee and the state and legislators kind of, balking here at allowing 3-year bachelor degrees to be okayed here in the state. Because this is happening in some other areas around the country. And some people like it, because mom and dad or grandpa and grandma, they don't have to kick out a 4th year if they're picking up the tuition. And, frankly, a lot of companies are saying, hey, we can get to some good grads quicker if we do it this way. So all that stuff and more coming up, but that's going to pale in response to what we have coming up from our friend Dan Haar, Hearst Connecticut Media. All that and more coming up right here on WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that our food pantry served over 1.5 million meals and 1.8 million pounds of food in 2025?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Let your donation restore hope. BridgeportRescueMission.org.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Join me, Melissa, this Thursday morning for our next stop on the Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. I'll be in Stratford at the Blue Sky Diner. Get details at voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. New Haven, 95 north and southbound, heavy volume delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross northbound, delays start Route 34, and southbound you got more volume delays through Hamden down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Southern Connecticut. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, 1926 to 2026. How about that, huh? Yeah. I was not here in 1926. Think about that. 1926 to 2026, huh? How about them apples? Or prunes or whatever. Get back to open phones here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, some days I get lists from this guy about what he wants to cover in his weekly update here. And I go, that's good. Good story there. And today's list, I was like, yeah, it was a wow. Dan Harr, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm sorry about the cough. It's getting a little louder out here.
Oh, I love that, though. I could hear in the band. Where are those people gathered and for what?
There's about 400 people wearing white, and they have shut down the Main Street in Hartford. It's an old-fashioned sit-in.
Yeah.
And they've shut down Main Street in Hartford at the Federal Building, where many of the 1,100 alleged ICE detentions have come through the courthouse here. This is the largest federal court operation for immigration in the state. So they've shut it down, and the police are exactly one block away, waiting patiently for the action to end. Sadly, unfortunately, I'm sorry to have to report that there's not a big traffic jam.
Okay.
because in years past, if you shut down Main Street in Hartford on a Wednesday between 4 and 6, they would snarl traffic. But there's just not that much. There's just not that much snarled traffic right now. There's a little bit. There's some.
Yeah, because last I checked, there's no Whalers game tonight, so we don't have that to worry about either. So.
No, although Hartford did have a night. I think it was Saturday night. Yeah. There was the Yard Goats played, the soccer team played, the Hartford Athletic, and the women's the soon to be departed WNBA Connecticut Sun played in Hartford, one of two games in Hartford. So it's there are pockets of great activity, and the city shows some of its old color and
good
now and then.
All right. So you're there and everything sounds quasi-calm. Just keep your head low. Don't want you to get hurt there. All right. What else we have here? You say there's a gubernatorial poll that is coming out. What is that?
There's a group called Impact CT.
Yeah.
that is funded by Stephen and Susan Mandel, the same people who have been in the news for funding some of Luke Bronin's campaign, and they fund the Connecticut Project, which advocates for progressive policies on education and housing. And they are funding this Impact CT, which is a neutral to this campaign, legitimate poll. And I can't say too much about it because I haven't published my column yet. But suffice it to say, there's going to be a pretty significant surprise in it. Now, the surprise is not that Josh Elliott has passed and has surpassed Lamont.
But
it's a piece of it has to do with the age of voters and how they lean. And it's even for me, who's been doing this a long time, it's some pretty surprising numbers in there. The age gap, I won't say much more. The age gap is very, very, very significant.
Not surprising. It's probably something I've been saying all week, but we can't wait to see that tomorrow. I think you said you posted at 5 a.m. All right, so we'll be ready for that. Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. Now, you tell me there is a flap, a dust-up, a brouhaha between the aforementioned Josh Elliott and a former, still very visible Democratic state legislator. The sandbox is getting a little nasty here, Dan Har.
Yeah, it is. The Speaker of the House, Joe Arasimowicz, is a lobbyist now, and one of his clients is Eversource. And he's also a commentator on TV. Yeah. And when he goes on TV and once in a while comments on the issues, he may comment on Eversource. And Josh issued a missive about this that said, this is how Eversource operates. It cultivates the people who hold power. It rewards the ones who leave office, and it counts on a governor who will not challenge their power. No. That is why Eversource wants Lamont reelected. So he's turning that connection, the good age-old sort of, lobbyist, legislator, utility connection, which occurs in every state, into what he believes is a campaign advantage for him. Joe Arasimowicz countered by basically comparing Josh Elliott to Trump, not in politics, but in style and in what they're doing. Yeah. So that was I would not say that this dust up is going very far. No. But it was notable in that, because it spoke not only to, look, they're both liberals. Yeah. Right? Joe Arasimowicz and Josh Elliott. And in fact, they worked together in the House. I believe they did. Yes, they did. Of course they did. And they're fellow landsmen in a lot of ways, but this clash illustrates what happens in a primary between Democrats. And, of course, on the Republican side, it happens on the Republican side as well.
Speaking of the Republicans, and we're talking with, as we do every week at this time, every Wednesday, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media. There seems to be one of these in every election cycle for the Republicans and sometimes the Democrats. There is a Republican running against Pat Boyd, and he's right out front there being very anti-LGBTQ plus, and now comes the Republicans doing the old distancing thing here. Who is this guy?
His name is McCormick. I don't remember his first name. Yeah. He's 23 years old, and he worked, apparently he was a sessional, great word, a sessional employee. He worked for the Energy Committee. Okay. Speaking of Ryan Fazio, who was quick to rebuke this fellow. Yeah. And on June 1st, at the start of course, Pride Month, when there were lots of activities in Connecticut, he issued this missive on social media and various other places, calling it Straight Month and deriding what he called the LGBT movement and just really, hateful stuff. And so Ryan Fazio issued a statement saying he needs to get out of the race. Don't associate me. And Fazio went further and said that the Democrats, this is taking our eye away from the ball, that the Democrats are involved in lots of corruption, right? I think he didn't get the memo about Aaron Stewart. I think that got by him somehow, even though it benefited his campaign. But, look, we know that corruption and sex scandals and that sort of thing is fully bipartisan. We know this. And so this fellow has been defiant. The Mirror, our friends at the Connecticut Mirror had a story. He texted Mark Pazniokis, and said, it's these people that are wrong. I should say Vin Candelora, the Republican leader of the House, very strongly rebuked this fellow, very strongly, and said, this is not what this party is about, and this is not who we want running. And he's really not prepared. He doesn't have the maturity to run for the office that he's running for.
Yeah, it just, you know what, Dan, it is what it is. I hate to say that. And as we close, boy, that crowd getting kind of testy there. They just amped up everything there. I can hear that now.
Well, now they're doing a peace song. They had an actual sit-in where they actually sat down in the road.
Yes.
Like an old-fashioned, you're too young to remember sit-ins, right? Back in the day, there were sit-ins. My father, by the way, is 100, about to turn 100. He's
God bless him.
He is 1926 to 2026. So he remembers sit-ins, too.
Yeah. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, live on the scene of a protest in Hartford against ICE. Let's hope it stays nice and calm and not what we have in New Jersey. Dan Haar, thanks. Be careful, be safe, and we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
This is a peaceful protest.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Dan Haar there. Yeah, I remember sit-ins, although I didn't take place. But I'm an old guy. I remember watching the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite. During the Vietnam War, you had all those sit-ins. Oh, yeah. I was, was I 8, 9, 10 years old trying to make out what the world was about and what was going on, and watching all that stuff in the late 60s and early 70s. Oh, yeah, Cronkite there, the voice of God and all that. Speaking of CBS, Scott Pelley, stop. Nobody cares. Nobody. Oh, my God. Scott Pelley quit. No, and he's having a public dust-up with Barry Weiss. Whatever. Oh, my God. What a valiant guy that Scott Pelley is. Oh, please stop it. Huh. As my dad told me, you don't, how shall we put this, because we can say this at 526, you don't relieve yourself where you eat.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 90 minutes Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is only slightly better. New Haven, 95 north and southbound, heavy volume delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross northbound, delays start Route 34, and southbound you got more volume delays through Hampton down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Tonight will be clear with low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorik on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season well underway now, and we're kicking off June with a bang. Friday, June 5th, Jason Mraz plays Foxwoods Resort Casino. Saturday, June 6th, you got a tough choice to make. Joan Osborne visits the Fairfield Theater Company, or you can see Machine Gun Kelly at Meadows Music Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, June 9th, Don't Miss Devo at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. Saturday, June 13th, it's John Waite at the Wolf Den. Monday, June 22nd, another awesome pair of shows. James Taylor serenading the Amp in Bridgeport, and Post Malone with Jelly Roll coming to Rensselaer Field in Hartford. Then Wednesday, June 24th, Fitz and the Tantrums play Ridgefield Playhouse. And Thursday, June 25th, Gigi Perez comes to Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, thanks once again to our buddy Dan Harr. Boy, that was a cornucopia there, huh? Live at an anti-ICE protest, and I knew about the protest that was happening. That's what I was alluding to earlier, and I was kind of sworn to secrecy about it, so there you go. So Dan live at the protest. Interesting to see what Dan was alluding to about this poll coming out tomorrow regarding Ned Lamont v. Josh Elliott there. And the way Dan talked about it there, my gut feeling, my rather prodigious gut, kind of tells me that maybe this, what did Dan allude to, a decided kind of rift or split in support by age. I'm telling you. I may be wrong here, but I'm telling you, I really think that the number's going to show a big age divide, how young Democrats are maybe flocking to Josh Elliott a la Mamdani.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Moments ago, House lawmakers passing an Iran war powers resolution to limit President Trump's use of armed forces unless a declaration of war or authorization is enacted.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted.
The resolution is symbolic, but puts House lawmakers on the record showing a growing rebuke to the president's handling of the war. And despite a ceasefire, the Pentagon confirms U.S. forces shot down Iranian drones targeting U.S. forces in Kuwait overnight. President Trump telling reporters he doesn't think it will impact peace talks.
It takes two to tango. You understand that. We hit them very hard on something else, unrelated. And so they were responding. But and not very strongly.
In California, the 15-hour standoff at a bank in Bakersfield ended in the death of a suspect who said he had a bomb. Police say all 10 hostages were released unharmed. And on Wall Street today, stocks ending lower. This is ABC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport City Council has agreed to a $1.78 million settlement to 2 lawsuits filed by families claiming police misconduct. The first $30,000 would go to the family of Lauren Smith Fields, who died in 2021. Her family filed a lawsuit in 2023 claiming police botched notifying her relatives of her death. The remaining $1.75 million would go to the family of Jonathan Bell, an unarmed man who in 2023 led police on a multi-town chase that culminated with his shooting by Bridgeport police in Ansonia. The city council voted at their meeting Monday to approve both the $1.75 million and $30,000 settlements. Milford police responded to a shooting this morning where one person was killed and another was injured. Officers say they were called to a residence in the 800 block of East Broadway at 2:56 a.m. and notified that 2 people inside had been shot. One person was taken to an area hospital for treatment of a gunshot wound, while the second person was pronounced dead at the scene. Police said that both victims were residents of the house and that they are investigating the death as a homicide. Several downed power lines are being blamed for power outages and small fires up in Naugatuck on Tuesday morning. Officials with Eversource say the downed lines energized a chain link fence on Cherry Street and sparked spot fires near the Naugatuck Animal Control Building, which was evacuated. All animals were taken to the Oxford Animal Control Facility. Officials dismissed students early at Cross Street Intermediate School because of the outage. The Naugatuck Fire Department received mutual aid from the Beacon Hose, Middlebury, Prospect, and Bethany Fire Departments. Eversource is making improvements and upgrades to its infrastructure to prepare for hurricane season. The business is ramping up its vegetation management program, focusing on tree trimming in areas that could threaten power lines and other critical infrastructure. The organization, which provides power for 3 states, including Connecticut, as well as Massachusetts and New Hampshire, says 90% of storm-related outages are caused by downed trees that fall into power lines. The company is also investing in updating aging utility poles and lines with stronger materials. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is forecasting a below-normal hurricane season, but Eversource is remaining diligent with its preparation. Roughly 97,000 residents are receiving medical debt forgiveness in Connecticut. The recipients are expected to be notified by mail later this week. It comes through an organization called Undue Medical Debt, which has paid off $513 million in medical bills for Connecticut residents since 2024. In order to be eligible, residents must fall 4 times below the federal poverty level, and the medical debt must be more than 5% of their annual income. This new round of debt forgiveness will eliminate more than $300 million in medical bills. Documents indicate former New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart used taxpayer money to fund her master's degree. An independent investigation launched by current Mayor Bobby Sanchez shows a 2021 memorandum of agreement was signed that allowed Stewart to be reimbursed $32,000 for graduate school tuition. Records indicate she was simultaneously billing hundreds of dollars to her city credit cards for textbooks and other personal expenses. The scandal caused her to drop out of the race for governor 2 days before the Republican convention. She was the favorite for the Republican nomination. Governor Ned Lamont signed new legislation Tuesday to protect underage users from AI dangers. Lawmakers say the act will make Connecticut a national leader in responsible use of AI. One aspect of the law places limits on how social media platforms can offer personalized algorithms for underage users. Milford Democratic State Senator James Maroney shared some of the details.
It limits the amount of time that you can use someone who's under the age of 18's personal data, right, so to show them the feed. Otherwise, the feed that they're seeing has to be shown chronologically. They can't be shown alerts. I think after the hour of 9 o'clock, you can't get alerts. It does allow for some parental controls on there, so the parents can override these.
It also requires chatbot operators to monitor for mentions of self-harm or suicidal ideations that come from users. Attorney General William Tong says the law gives control of children's online activity back to the parents. Connecticut drivers who are caught illegally and repeatedly passing a stopped school bus could temporarily lose their license. The new legislation, approved unanimously by lawmakers, means that someone in violation of the law for a third time faces a 6-month suspension of their driver's license. Another law signed this week adds more rules for distracted drivers and their phones. Now, if you're caught holding a mobile electronic device, regardless of what the driver's doing on the device, you will be penalized. The law also cracks down on any driver caught having a video playing in the view of the driver. And a new state law places heftier fines on people who abandon sea vessels. The new legislation means that those who abandon a boat will be fined between $750 to $1,000, which is more than double the previous fine. The law also requires valid contact information for the owner to be attached to the vessel before going on the water for paddle crafts, including kayaks. Peter Francis from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about the risks that abandoned boats present.
As they sink, even smaller boats can leak gasoline, diesel fuel, lubricants, and other hazardous materials into the water, plus the materials that the boat is actually comprised of, fiberglass, plastics, paints, that kind of stuff.
The only exception to the law is if the boat was abandoned during a declared emergency due to severe weather conditions, like a hurricane. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Canaan accident on Smith Ridge Road at Michigan Road involving an overturned vehicle. On 95, the northbound side, an hour and a half. Greenwich to Bridgeport been the going rate most of the afternoon. Upper Merritt will help you out the most. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf northbound. Volume delays plenty off the Milford Connector going back through West Haven, and 84 eastbound. Very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. That's across WICC track.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorak on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have all of yous here with all of us. Is that right? I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, again, good illustration here of something I talk about all the time. You heard Dan Haar in Hartford there giving us kind of that eyewitness report. Man on the street, Dan Haar, yeah. From Hearst, reporting for Hearst and us here at Connoisseur. And he talked about that old-fashioned protest, a sit-in where you actually sit down and try and slow things down and get people to pay attention to what you're doing. And again, I'm all for that. The only time I'm not for that stuff, honestly, is when people block roads and they stop traffic. If you're blocking a road that might have, and I'm all for the legal, peaceful, or even a little boisterous, nonviolent, but you want to scream and yell and call people names, you can. That sort of protest, I'm all for that. Don't block a road that may have an ambulance on it. Don't block a road that may have a cardiac surgeon on it or a trauma surgeon who is barrel-assing his way to the hospital because there are gunshot victims from a school. All right, you want to protest, fine. But the minute that you do this and it impedes maybe a life-saving thing, that's it. You're out of the focus for me. And and this happened post George Floyd. I'm like, they're just going to let him block the road, which may have police on it or fire engines or ambulances or doctors or nurses or police officers, but they did whatever. We all saw what happened with that. Pretty much nothing. So Dan was up in Hartford for us today at that old-fashioned sit-in. And again, it's about ICE, right? They're mad at, okay, we know you're mad at ICE. We understand. We know you're mad at ICE. When are we going to see, and I'm going to keep asking this, even if it ticks you people off to no end, when are we going to see and you can release it now? I know what they're going to say. Well, we don't want to release it now because the Republicans will pick and choose and they'll rip it apart. So what? They need to get out there now and say, well, you see that protest that was in New Jersey a few days ago, and you see that protest that was in Hartford, Connecticut a few days ago. That's what's driving us. And we have come out with a comprehensive plan for 2026 and 2028 on immigration. And the plan says this. When are we going to start to see that? And look, it better be sooner than later. Because, as Margaret Brennan pointed out the other day, and I played that cut for you right here on the wonderful radio program, with Chris Murphy. She said, Senator, with all due respect, a lot of people hate Trump, and they also can't stand your party, too. And Chris Murphy said, well, if you buy my book, wah, wah. But all you folks out there on the other side of the aisle, when are you going, what are you going to do when Mr. Trump walks down the steps of whatever plane and just kind of glides into the sunset? Well, we're going to go after Trump. Really? Really? Do you have any ideas of your own? Because the reason that Mr. Trump is around for Trump 2.0 is not because he was so beloved. It's because you guys, by and large, sucked. You stood there and you let the networks run that video every night. I would see it as soon as I got off here. There it is. Let me go to ABC. There it is, CBS, NBC, not cable news, of 250,000 people a month waltzing over the Rio Grande into the good old U.S. of A. So where's the fresh thinking on this? Where is it? You tell me. Tell me. Just somebody point me to where the fresh thinking is. And keep running people like Graham Plattner. Good God Almighty. Now Janet Mills at 78 years old, there's people pushing her to get back in the Senate race in Maine. My God. 203-333-78. Go relax. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Canaan accident on Smith Ridge Road at Michigan Road involving an overturned vehicle. On 95, the northbound side, an hour and a half. Greenwich to Bridgeport been the going rate most of the afternoon. Upper Merritt will help you out the most. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf northbound. Volume delays plenty off the Milford Connector going back through West Haven, and 84 eastbound. Very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. That's across WICC traffic.
Tonight will be clear with low in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid 80s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You found where Connecticut comes to talk. Join the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, this is what I mean by when I say the Democrats could really still screw this up, as much as they think they've got Trump, cornered there, and they might. Earlier today, this is Peter King on Newsmax. He was talking about this. This is not the audio, but he pointed this out. One of the Democratic nominees, I guess, for Congress is a guy named Adam Hamawai, Hamawai. Adam Hamawai. This guy's running for Congress, okay? He testified as a defense witness for who? The blind sheik, the convicted architect of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Okay, that's what's happened. People say, "Oh, look at Trump. He's destroyed the party of Lincoln." Okay. What has become then the party of FDR and Harry Truman and Bill Clinton and Barack Obama and LBJ? Really? They're nominating a guy who spoke as a witness defending the blind sheik, or is it shake? Shake your booty or chic your booty? I'm going to get they're going to pull me out of this studio one day, I'm telling you. John in Norwalk. John, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, good, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, John.
Yeah, I have to tell you, the protesters blocking traffic and things, it goes beyond just, emergency responders. I feel badly for the electrician, the plumber, the cleaner.
Yeah.
They've been busting their hump all day.
I know.
And that these, pink-haired losers who live in their parents' basement come out and make some political statements at which, at the end of the day, when you ask them questions, they don't know diddly. I'm sorry, but it's irritating. Have you ever talked to some of these protesters?
No, I can't. They don't.
It's incredible how ignorant they are on just everything. And it's purely an emotional-based argument that is basically, I hate the man with the orange hair.
Which is fine. Okay, but then you compare some of the interviews, John, to like the Vietnam-era protesters, the quote-unquote hippies. They, in my mind, and maybe in yours, were, a lot more tuned in back then to what was happening versus today. I may be wrong, but I don't know.
Oh, no, I think that's the honest truth. I mean, if you just basically ask these people some basic questions about anything, and they know nothing. But, in terms of the Democrats laying out a plan, I contend that they don't even have one. And if they do, it's so outlandish. It's purely 100% amnesty for everybody. That's what they do. There's no order. I mean, I'm not saying 100% of Democrats, but I'm saying, unfortunately, it's been hijacked by radicals.
Sure.
Because some of the things that they say is just so absurd.
Yeah, and John, and thank you for the call, John. I remember about 7 or 8 months ago, because it was a while ago, I was reading I read it on the air. I got to see if I can find it. I can't get it now because I got to figure what keyword it would have been under, because I don't think I flagged it. But having said that, there was somebody in the New York Times who reported that the Dems are already conducting focus groups, not Facebook, Paul. What would happen if Facebook and focus groups had a baby? Face focus group. Basically, they've started work on how to answer the immigration question when it comes up on a televised debate. And the point of his column was, boy, there's disagreement. Because the fear is somebody at some debate is going to say, hey, the border's dead quiet for how many years now? You're going to keep it that way? How are they going to answer that? Think about that. How are they going to answer that? Yeah, but the Dems now are running a guy who testified for the blind sheik or shook. Oh, God. But you know what? For a guy like me that does this, it gets better and better every freaking day. That's why I'm praying to God AOC runs. Well, she might win, Paul. That'd be even better for me. Oh, man. Matt in Fairfield. Matt, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, Hey, Paul, happy Wednesday.
Yes.
Just a quick comment about the last caller you were talking to.
Yeah.
Our generation absolutely was tuned in.
Yeah.
As good as Walter Cronkite was, most of us knew people that went over there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot that didn't come back.
Yes.
We got to know people that did come back, and we got all the news about what was going on firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have to depend on other sources.
No, you weren't getting it off of Facebook. And Matt, thank you. You weren't getting it off of Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. And there's nothing nothing wrong with those outlets there. But it's just times are different, man. Man, when Dylan wrote "The Times They Are A-Changin'," what a prescient set of lyrics, man. Not just the refrain, but the entire song. And listen, I am sure that there are some, especially in the college age, that are somewhat informed on what's going on. But our last caller's right. Sometimes with all of these sources we have, all the different radio feeds, all the different TV and cable and news and everything, and social media, you get so down to the minutia of what a certain group wants to hear. You don't get the truth sometimes. You just don't. That's why when I prep for this show, I probably look at 20 or 30 different websites all across the spectrum. Far right, centrist, and far left. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, the notion of young people just glomming onto something because it sounds good. I mean, the all-time best, and I don't mean best in a good thing, is with all due respect, you see these, and it's kind of become a meme now, queers for Palestine. Yeah, think about that. Think about that, right? Or the other day I saw queers for Cuba. Really? Do you know what happened to, I don't want to use that, do you know what happened to gay people in Cuba at one time? Mind-boggling, man, just crazy. Dave in Meriden wraps us up. Dave, how are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. Hey, you talk about the hippies and being aware. I went to the University of Hartford back in the mid-'60s.
Yeah.
During the height of that in Vietnam.
Yeah.
And I remember 1968, we had like a school-wide protest against the war, and we got them to cancel finals that year.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember that. But people were more in tune. Hey, you watched Cronkite every night, and you got the body count from the war.
Yes, and Dave, thank you for the call. One of my enduring memories as a kid and wanting to get into this business, not to be macabre, but I had this enduring memory of seeing Walter Cronkite there reading about, as Dave said, the body count or the number of killed and wounded, and CBS used these crude kind of, I don't want to say stickers, but each soldier there, think of like a green army man, but just flattened out on a two-dimensional perspective. And each soldier meant X amount of people killed. And as a young kid, I'm sitting there going, wow, that they're using that to represent people who died? That's pretty... that's kind of odd.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Canaan accident on Smith Ridge Road at Michigan Road involving an overturned vehicle. On 95, the northbound side, an hour and a half. Greenwich to Bridgeport been the going rate most of the afternoon. Upper Merritt will help you out the most. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf northbound. Volume delays, plenty off the Milford Connector going back through West Haven, and 84 eastbound. Very busy through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. Next, cross WICC track.
Clear this evening and overnight in the upper 50s. A sunny and warmer day tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Friday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, that'll put the cap on it for us today. Thanks for hanging out with us. Great show, as usual, not because of me, but because of guys like Chris Williams and the guys and gals out there traversing the rolling plains of Connecticut. Do we have rolling plains in this state? I don't know. Do we have fruited plains? I don't know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, the number when we gather again. I'm looking at Facebook here. Oh, Scott Pelley said what every journalist at CBS was thinking. Then he got fired. Barry Weiss is murdering 60 Minutes. Guess what? Nobody cares. All right? Could we say, you think middle America gives a crap? Stop it. These people in my business who, listen, they're talented people. But my God, you read your own press clippings enough.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen.
On this vote, the yeas are 215.
For the first time since the war with Iran began, House lawmakers passing a war powers resolution to limit President Trump's use of U.S. forces without a declaration of war or authorization. That vote, symbolic, but shows a growing number of Democrats and Republicans now who don't agree with the president's handling of the war, now in its fourth month. President Trump telling reporters he believes a deal with Iran is getting closer and brushed off concerns that the ceasefire won't hold after the Pentagon shot down Iranian drones targeting U.S. forces in Kuwait.
On this,
we could